Hey guys, welcome to Wrestling Days and welcome to Wrestling Days Live. We are live for this week's WWE Raw, and of course, I hope everyone had a good weekend. We have got some bad news to discuss and talk about with Brodie Lee and Luke Harper. That's obviously going to dominate the stream, as you would imagine. Yes, I have had a shave as well. So I'm sure that's going to dominate conversation also. But yeah, tonight we've got an interesting show. Little bit concerned about it because it's Raw, and Raw is not brilliant recently. So we've got a few things to talk about in regards to matches tonight. We've got a few bits of news to go through and talk about. And of course, we haven't spoken about Brodie Lee or Luke Harper. And obviously the sad news there. The other thing as well is that we did lose Danny Hodge over the weekend. Now, Danny Hodge is a massive name in wrestling, and that was a massive loss as well. That would have been the headlines if it wasn't for obviously what happened with Brodie Lee, and that kind of really taken everyone by surprise. So we do need to talk about Danny Hodge as well. Just talk about how important he was, what he meant to wrestling. And so we will touch on that also. So I hope everyone is well. I hope you're all having a very good Christmas. I hope you're in good spirits and have had a good time. Obviously, as we said, it is a little bit somber. It is difficult to kind of find the enthusiasm for tonight. I don't think I'm alone in just being like genuinely gutted by the Brodie Lee news. That really did upset me, and I'm sure it upset all of you as well. I don't mean it in the sense of like, oh, that's a shame, but like, I think because it was out of nowhere, because it was such a shock, because he's got a family, and because he was so young, you really felt it. I really felt it. It was like a punch to the gut. Let me jump in and read this. Spawn Burton, shout out to you. Says, what's up, Days? Shout out to you. Thank you for all that you do. R.I.P. John Hubber. Yes.
Spawn Burton is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. What's up, Days? Shout out to you and thank you for all you do. R.I.P. John Huber.
Yeah, shout out to you, Spawn Burton. It's hard to find the words. I mean, I didn't do a video on it, and I didn't talk about it, and it took me a little while to tweet out about it as well. And I'm not making out that this is, I really don't think I'm any different to anyone else. It's really hard. It's really, this one is really difficult. I think this one's so hard because normally when someone passes away, they're so old. And, like, I don't want to say it's expected, but it kind of makes more sense. Like, when Pat Patterson passed away, he's a massive name. Such a big impact. But, I mean, he was in his 70s, and it kind of makes a bit more
Big
sense.
Swag is a legend. They donated $4.99 via a super chat. Haven't seen your videos in a while. Just wanted to say God bless and R.I.P. Luke Harper. What do you feel about the future of the Wyatt fam?
Shout out to you, 13 Big Swag. Shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to Spawn Burton. Shout out to Monica King as well. This one's difficult. We've got to kind of talk about other things, and we do have to kind of move on. I'm hoping that tonight there's going to be a nice tribute to him. What we're hearing is that AEW are going to be throwing out their show. They had a holiday special show planned. Apparently that's gone. That's out the window. It's somehow going to be a Brodie Lee tribute show. So I'm expecting, obviously, people to be sharing their thoughts throughout the show. I'm expecting maybe a replay of one of his matches. It's hard to know. I'm sure they're still going to want to push some stories ahead. I'm sure they're still going to tell some stories. But yeah, by and large, Wednesday is going to be dominated by Brodie Lee, as you would imagine. I would expect something tonight from WWE. I don't know that they'll get a video package together, or if it'll be a case that it'll be a graphic at the start. There'll definitely be something, and you'll see the same, obviously, on NXT and on SmackDown as well. But yeah, I mean, this one hurts. This one, I think, has kind of took us all by surprise because he was 41. He was 41. He was a family man. And if you look on Twitter, there's nothing but love. So many positive stories. So many, just from everywhere. I mean, like all the AEW roster, of course, the WWE roster, but on the indie scene as well, where he was such a big star. With people like Shikara. He had some fantastic matches there. Ring of Honor as well, I believe. So
Hayden Garrett is a legend.
Everyone's
they
come
donated
out.
2 New Zealand dollars via a super chat. Heydays / how are you doing, my friend?
Good, thanks, bud. I hope you are well. Pro Gamer J2020, shout out to you as well. Shout out to Hayden Garrett. Shout out to Ozzy, the smart little cookie. I hope everyone is well. I do want to jump into the chat in a minute, but it was right that we kind of start this by talking about Brodie and talking about, that loss. But as we said, we do have other things to speak about. It is worth mentioning as well that
Ozzy the smart little cookie is a legend. They donated €2 via a super chat. Him back and rip Brodie.
Yeah. Shout out to you, dude. I just reading William Hence's comment as well, and this is also very important. William Hence saying that he's trying to move forward and enjoy the house that his great great uncle helped build. Now, for those of you that don't know, William Hence's great uncle was Danny Hodge. Now, this is another big loss. This one hurts as well, to be honest. There's not many people in wrestling. You can certainly say the likes of a Pat Patterson, but there's not many people in wrestling that have had the impact that Danny Hodge had. Danny Hodge is so important and doesn't get spoken about enough. He is actually someone, if you are the top amateur wrestler, if you're the top collegiate wrestler in America, you can actually win an award called the Dan Hodge Trophy. It's given to the top amateur wrestler. Ben Askren, who is on the verge of facing Jake Paul. Ben Askren actually won that trophy twice. But that's the impact that Danny Hodge had. There's this trophy named after him. Not only that, he won a silver medal at the Olympics in wrestling. Back in the 50s, he had like a career in wrestling that lasted decades. He was a multiple-time NWA junior heavyweight champion. I think it was like 8 times. He won loads of championships, literally everywhere. Known for his grip strength. I know it keeps coming up, but it has to be mentioned because, he could take fruit and just crush it in his hand. His grip strength was, phenomenal, extraordinary. So he could literally just grab items and just crush them in his hand. And William Hensey, who is a massive part of our community, was related to Danny Hodge. And I had the pleasure of talking to William about Danny on one of our members-only streams. And it's one of my favorite ever conversations. I loved finding out a little bit more about him kind of behind the scenes, and William was sharing a few stories about Danny Hodge, and that was a big loss. That was a huge loss, and even WWE, Danny Hodge had been on Raw a couple of times, obviously not wrestling because he was getting on in age, but he was so important that even though he wasn't like a WWE superstar, they were still bringing him onto the show. I think he made an appearance in like 2012, 2008 as well, as a guest. So Danny Hodge would have been a bigger story if he obviously hadn't passed away at the same time as Brodie Lee. And Brodie Lee, because of his age, you know, you can understand. And because, like, you know, he's on TV at the moment, because it's such a shock, didn't even know that he was struggling, didn't even know he had an illness. Week after week with AEW, we were saying, where is he? And then it turns out, obviously, he's had, like, lung issues. Don't know the ins and outs of it, to be honest. I haven't actually seen anything that says what happened, when it happened, but he had lung problems, non-COVID related, and then he just passed away, I think, Boxing Day. I think it was Boxing Day that he did pass away. Yeah, I mean, obviously his family are devastated. So, horrible news about Danny Hodge, and thoughts go out to, of course, William and the rest of Danny's family at this difficult time. But obviously horrible news about Brodie Lee as well. The other thing that's worth mentioning with Brodie Lee is the fact that if you buy any of his merch from AEW Shop or Pro Wrestling Tees, or if you buy CM Punk merch from Pro Wrestling Tees, the proceeds go to his family. They've actually announced, I don't know why, but Pro Wrestling Tees, from what I've seen, certainly yesterday, hadn't really shouted about this. If you look on their Twitter, there's not really much of a mention. But if you go onto their tweets and replies, you'll see a lot of people saying, will there be a special shirt where proceeds go to the family? And this was something that I called for, like literally hours after I heard the news. I was like, yeah, they should do this. So I tweeted that out, but other people have had the same idea. And they've been getting in touch with Pro Wrestling Tees. And Pro Wrestling Tees have been responding to each one individually. All proceeds from his shirt go to the family. So I don't know how long for. I don't know how long. I mean, I would hope forever. But yeah, if you do buy any Brodie Lee merch from Pro Wrestling Tees or from AEW Shop, the proceeds will go to the family. And CM Punk is donating all of his proceeds from Pro Wrestling Tees for the next month. So just worth being aware of that. If you want to help the family in any way, all you have to do is just buy some Brodie Lee merch. So yeah, it's something worth thinking about. So yeah, heartbreaking, and there's not much more to add. I mean, the picture behind me is a picture that I really like because it shows how dominant he was and what kind of a guy he was in the ring. Everyone has said that he couldn't be further away from that outside the ring. Outside, he was a family man. He was a lovely guy, very polite. Everyone liked him. In the ring, of course, he was a monster. So I love this picture. And I think what makes the picture behind me even more impactful is that is going to be forever his final match. He didn't have a match after that dog collar match. That was his final match. So kind of an extra little bit of a hit in the feels, if you will. So Scows24, shout out to you. I'll let's see what we'll let him read it out. $13 Big Swag, shout out to you. Oh, she's taking the time here. She's making us wait. Yeah, Michael, yeah. Luke Harper, aka Brodie Lee, did pass away, yeah. We will. I can see people saying, like, let's talk about Raw.
24 is a legend.
We will.
They donated $5 via a super chat. TC3 announced a special shirt that all proceeds will be donated, and Mick Foley also said for January all his sales will be donated from PWT.
That's cool. I hadn't seen that. I hadn't seen that news. So thank you for letting us know that. So it's just worth people knowing. So there we go. EC3 says a special shirt is going to come out. Mick Foley said that all sales of his shirts are going to go to the family from Pro Wrestling Tees as well.
13 Big Swag is a legend.
Said the same.
They donated $4.99 via a super chat. The show must go on. As Vince would say, what surprises will we see on Raw tonight? Edge?
I don't think so. I'm not expecting any, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, shout out to you, Monica King. Yeah, so surprises. I'm not really expecting much tonight. I don't think it's unfair to go into Raw not expecting much. The show for me has been pretty poor. I'm not alone in thinking that. If you've looked at any of the kind of major reviews from the past few weeks, they've all been awful. I know sometimes people are like, oh, all you do is complain, but it's like, the show is bad. If you're enjoying it, that is brilliant. That is great. But the show is bad. For most of us, the show is bad. For the majority of us, the show is bad. And as I said, there was I was having a look at a few other reviews out there, and it's pretty much across the board. Everyone's saying the same. It's just nothing matters. Like, there's so many matches that happen that just they don't matter. It just feels like WWE is just floating, drifting at the moment, just kind of waiting for January. December normally is quite poor, but the ratings for SmackDown were incredible. Absolutely incredible. They got, like, I'm sure I read that the Kevin Owens, Roman Reigns cage match got about 5 million viewers. 5 million. Raw the other week did 1.5 million, and SmackDown did 5 million. Those kind of numbers haven't been seen in years. So that Christmas Day episode, stunning numbers coming out of that. So, I mean, it was a great show. There was like 3 title matches. There was a cage match, big names, Roman Reigns, for example. Definitely going to catch people's attention. Plus, we had the likes of Charlotte on there and Bayley and Sasha. I mean, they did great. The only thing they messed up was having it start at different times in different places. So that was the only thing that they botched. But other than that, the show itself was a really good show. And yeah, they got the result for it. So fingers crossed that they look at that and they do give us something, some kind of a surprise. An Edge return would be awesome, but just judging on how Raw has been the past few weeks, it's been very poor. And I can't say I'm really coming into this expecting anything different at the moment, but hoping for
Matty
something
Cliff is a legend.
So.
They donated £1.99 via a super chat. Days, do you think WWE should use Kalisto more?
Not really. I mean, they could, but what's he going to bring, really? I mean, he's fine. He's a fine luchador, but what is he going to bring that others can't bring? You've got people like Ricochet who can do incredible aerial attacks and lots of that more gymnastic style, if you will, the high flying style, and someone that's been shown to tell great stories and everything. I feel like Kalisto's time was a few years ago, and I feel like now where we've got Angel Garza and we've got Andrade and obviously Rey Mysterio, and they're trying to build up Dominic, and we've got Ricochet, and you've got the other members of the Lucha House Party like Gran Metalik, and you've got Lince Dorado. You can kind of start reeling through quite a few that use a lot of aerial attacks. Kalisto doesn't really stand out anymore. If they were going to repackage him, and if they were going to give him something that would make him stand out, then sure. I mean, he's a perfectly fine talent, but I do think that his opportunity to shine was a few years ago. Do you remember when, like, Sin Cara went down to NXT and we had the Lucha Dragons, and it was Sin Cara and it was Kalisto in a tag team? I think that was his opportunity to shine. And now you fast forward a few years, I kind of feel like he's part of the pack now. He's just part of the pack. And it's very difficult to see how they can make him stand out again. Plus, also, we know that Vince just doesn't see it in the smaller guys. So that's always going to hold Kalisto back. But if they had a really strong cruiserweight division, if they had a cruiserweight championship that could be defended on all of the different shows, and it main evented pay-per-views, and it was regarded as important as the heavyweight title. I mean, you look at UFC. UFC, at the end of the year, on their big show, had the flyweight championship as their big match. And the match was incredible. Davison Figueiredo is the flyweight champion, and he weighs about the same as my thumb. Like, he is tiny. Those guys in the flyweight division are tiny. And but they put on such exciting action. Such exciting. At the end of that fight, Figueiredo against Marino, a lot of people were saying that that was a fight of the year. People loved it. So there's no reason why the cruiserweights can't main event cards if you build them up. And, you know, you've got a good enough roster and the belts defended on all the shows. And, you know, Kalisto could be a big player in that, but it would take a lot to get it. You'd have to just overhaul WWE, really. We got close to something like that before. Do you remember when like 205 started? We've spoke about this in the past. We got close to something like that, but they didn't go quite far enough. It was still being used on kickoff shows, and the belt looked a bit ugly, and the roster wasn't very strong. And I mean, it was all right. It needed to grow, but the problem was that the superstars they were putting into it were leaving shortly after. You know, they put Neville into it, he ended up going. They put Austin Aries into it, he ended up going. They put Enzo into it, he ended up going. So, you know, they kept putting these stars into the cruiserweight division and they didn't stay. If they had have stuck around, they might have ended up with something quite tasty. So, yeah, I kind of feel like in order to get Kalisto over, you need to kind of change the perception of the smaller guys. And that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. So I don't see it happening, to be honest. So talking of tonight, because amazingly we have already been talking for 20 odd minutes. Talking of tonight, we've got Charlotte Flair against Nia Jax. We've got Keith Lee taking on Sheamus, and the winner will go on to face Drew McIntyre. We've got Randy Orton and Alexa Bliss. I actually don't know if this is going to be another of those Alexa Playground things. I'm guessing so. I'm guessing this is, whilst the Fiend's away, this must be like her fun house. So we've got Alexa in her playground, I'm guessing. And we've got Ali against Ricochet. So those are the four matches, or those are the four things, sorry, that they've announced for tonight. Obviously, there's going to need to be a lot more than that to cover 3 hours. And fingers crossed, we do get a surprise. I would love to see Edge come back tonight, or I would love to see something that just wakes things up. But they might wait for January for that. They might wait for January. The only thing that will get Kalisto over is a catapult, says 7-star, or a trampoline. Brilliant from AEW, making this week's show dedicated to John and letting his son put together most of the matches. Oh, I haven't seen that's what they're doing. I didn't know that they were allowing his son to do that. That's cool. I saw JR tweet out that he went to a football game, and I think he took his John's son as well along to that. So they are doing a great job of kind of embracing the family and, you know, trying to help out however they can. So yeah, credit to AEW for that. Absolutely. Matty, shout out to you. Ledge says this card seems a little bit boring. Hang on, let's see what Matty has got to say. Whilst I'm waiting for her to read it out, she seems to be quite slow.
Matty Cliff is a legend.
Here we go.
They donated £1.99 via a super chat. Metalik should win a title, just needs a manager.
Yeah, Grand Metalec's a little bit taller. I don't think they see it, or there's nothing to suggest they have seen it. They've had him around for a while and they haven't pulled the trigger. So I don't know. I don't know that if they would do that, but yeah. I mean, the frustrating thing is, and it's the same with Lindsay and Kalisto, is they're all really talented. They all, give them an opportunity, they can do something really good. They're really good guys, actually. Do you know when Cena was doing his US Open challenge? People like Kalisto, people like Lindsay, people like Grand Metalik, they are perfect opponents for a US Open challenge because they get to come down and show you, remind you how great they are. Because they are. They are really great performers. Grand Metalik did really well in that Cruiserweight tournament a few years back. And in fact, he got to the final. He lost the final to TJ Perkins a few years ago. And he's a great, great wrestler. But you just don't see it because they're in this Lucha House Party. It's a bit of a comedy thing. When they do get on TV, it's for a short period of time. But what would a Grand Metalik 10-minute match against a quality opponent look like? I think it would look really good. So, yeah, it's a shame they don't do more of those kind of open challenge things because it does give those kinds of guys a real opportunity to remind you of what they're all about. And only takes like a performance like that to kind of kickstart something. But I just don't... I'm sure you agree. Just don't see anything on the horizon for them at this stage. I think their time, I don't want to say has been and gone, but I think they are being overlooked now. AEW also allowed Brodie's son to pin Kenny Omega in a dark segment to become the AEW World Champion to take his mind off things. Anthony says, Days, who would you rather see at Raw Legends? Would you rather see Hogan get a Stone Cold Stunner or a mandible claw by The Fiend? Is Batista joining Impact? I've not seen any news about Batista going to Impact, no. What would I rather see? I would rather see the Stone Cold Stunner, to be honest. So I think Hogan versus Stone Cold is one of the biggest matches we never got. And I think to see something between them two. We did get something at WrestleMania 30. Do you remember Hogan came down and then the music hit and Stone Cold came down? And that was a real moment. The only thing was The Rock's music then hit and we ended up having all three in the ring. So, yeah, that's kind of a really cool moment. So yeah, I like that. I don't really see how like the Fiend beating up an old guy is going to achieve much. I appreciate it's Hulk Hogan, but I don't think it does anything for the Fiend. Days, do you remember that match with Luke Harper in Performance WrestleMania 31 ladder match? Yes, good match. And we have a positive stream. And where is a very Irish potato? I don't know, my friend. I don't know. I can't say I've been in the chat all that much. We've been talking about so many different things. But hopefully he's around. Hopefully he's well. Hopefully you're well as well, Rowan. And I see Heather just above. I bet right now USA feels pretty stupid for letting Fox get SmackDown away from them. Maybe. I think that... I think timing as well, though. I think the fact it was on Christmas Day. I think the fact that Roman, it was on the show as well. The fact there was the 3 championship matches. Sasha obviously brings a lot of eyes. Bayley as well. So I think that it was just a perfect storm. I think they just got everything lined up really, really well. They had a really solid show. 3 title matches. Christmas Day. You don't really know how Christmas Day is going to go, but I suppose by the evening time, people are sitting down to watch something, and, you know, if the kids want to watch wrestling on Christmas Day, who's going to stop them? Do you know what I mean? So I could see families sitting down and letting the wrestling be on, and maybe, you know, them watching it together or something. That kind of number it's an eye-watering number. It really is. Like 5 million is staggering. It is absolutely incredible. So mind was blown when I saw that. So yeah, I bet USA were a little bit gutted, but I'm not sure that's a number that SmackDown's going to get anywhere near ever again, or at least not until there's another Christmas or something like that. But yeah, that was I think a bit of a one-off. But it just shows, man, that people are still interested. I mean, you've got to take the positives from that. There was 5 million that tuned in to watch that match, which is, in this day and age, brilliant. Brilliant. There's lots of positives. Days, there are rumours that your beard fell off and now you've gone down 10 years. Sadly, that's not how age works. So, no, I can confirm I'm still 21. Do you think they will do a minute's silence for Luke Harper? They could do a 10-bell salute of some kind. I don't know that WWE will. They could do. It's really hard because he wasn't an active superstar for them. And I know that doesn't necessarily matter. I think one of the things that people have been praising is the fact that AEW have been using WWE photos in some of their tweets, and they've been retweeting WWE superstars, and people saying, you know, this is bigger than AEW, WWE, and all of that. And it is true. It is true. But I still don't know how WWE react to it, because even though AEW are quite happy to do that, I don't know how WWE feel. I don't know if they... I think I can see them paying respect to him, but I don't know that they're necessarily going to be, you know, they won't be using AEW footage or using AEW pictures. I'd be very, very, very surprised at that. I'd be very surprised at that. WWE posted his greatest moments on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Whenever I think about Luke Harper, I always think about his match with Randy Orton. I remember that Luke Harper was someone that was in the Wyatt family, and he was really good. And he was someone that you wanted to see what he could do. Ultimately, I think we knew that he was going to go off alone. Same with Eric Rowan. They would break off and go it alone. And he did. He actually had a little run with the Intercontinental Championship. So he is a former Intercontinental Champion. But I remember his match against Randy Orton. I think he had a few. I can't remember where it was. I want to say there was a pay-per-view one that might have been like Elimination Chamber. It was so good. And the crowd was so into it. And he was someone that people were really into. He was someone that was a big guy that we really respected. And we wanted to see succeed. And yeah, it's great that he did. I mean, he did succeed. He managed to leave WWE, which I think we can all say was the right decision. Went to AEW, got put in charge of the Dark Order. And however you feel about the Dark Order, the fact that he was given such a prominent role, he was the exalted one. The fact that he had a shot at the AEW Championship, the fact that he won the TNT Championship, the fact that, you know, his final match was a dog collar match against Cody. You know, he was being used, like, you know, on a regular basis, and you would have to think that eventually he stood a very good chance of becoming the AEW World Champion. Eventually, you'd have to think a guy of that size would get there at some point. So yeah, I mean, I'm really pleased that he got to experience and enjoy all of that before he passed away. So, not that it really makes a massive
13
difference.
Big Swag is a legend. They donated $1.99 via a super chat. Where is your Carlito shirt? Green Apple.
I haven't got one, to be honest. He is on the show next week, isn't he? So next week is our Raw Legends show. Tonight it's just a bit of a standard Raw. It might get a bit of a ratings bump. In fact, I would expect it to get a ratings bump. I would expect tonight to have people tune in because this is the first wrestling show since the Brodie Lee news. That news was everywhere. I've got to tell you, I saw it on the BBC homepage, which is, I think we've all got websites that we kind of see as our homepage, if you will. It's probably a site that you go to when you first wake up or somewhere where you get your news from. And maybe for a lot of you, it might be Twitter or something. For me, I always go to the BBC website. BBC website is like my homepage. It's where I get all my sports news and, you know, what's happening in the UK and world news and everything. I get it from the BBC. I find that to be a reliable source. And it was on there. Yeah, it made it onto the homepage of there. I mean, it was big news. So this is the first wrestling show since that news broke. A lot of the articles I saw listed him as former WWE superstar. There was mentions of AEW, but it was more, I'm seeing a lot of WWE. So there might be people that want to tune in to see what WWE do tonight and how they're going to honor him and what they're going to do with that. So there could be a bit of a bump from that. As well as that, I think because of it being the holiday season, because potentially people aren't back at work and people aren't back at school, you might get a bit of a bump from that as well. So I would expect it to be better than ratings than normal. Lauren says, did you see the list of best matches of 2020? What was your thoughts? I did see that list, Lauren. I thought by and large it was fine. I don't agree necessarily with the order, but I thought it was all right. There wasn't really... I didn't pay enough attention as to go, right, is this match there? Is that match there? I didn't really do that. I just kind of looked down it to see what was there. I saw the Boneyard was at 1. And in fairness, that did win the Slammy. So I think that's kind of in line with what the fans think. I think AJ against Daniel, which is probably my match of the year for WWE. I think that was about number 3. There was Volta against Dragunov was in there at 8. Great to see Rhea Ripley against Charlotte from WrestleMania in there. Quite high as well. I think that was the highest rated match from WrestleMania. Certainly my favorite as well. The Money in the Bank ladder match was in there, which they were mixing up a few cinematics. As we said, Boneyard won. So yeah, I thought by and large it was fine. But if you notice that there was something missing, like I don't know if the men's Royal Rumble was in there. I can't remember if that was in there or not. There could be something like that that's missing. I didn't really pay it that much attention. But by and large, I thought it was fine. So, certainly a lot of the key matches that I'd want to see were in there. Dave's dark humor joke. 3 major losses this weekend, and one was your beard. JS17.2, shout out to you. Hasib says, Days, what makes the Brodie news so painful was that he was still active wrestler and he was young and respected. That we'd seen him in recent months. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I don't know, man. It is a real tricky one. I just didn't feel like doing any streams yesterday or doing anything yesterday. I was quite open before Christmas. I was like, okay, definitely not going to do anything on Saturday. I'm going to have a day of just doing whatever. And I ended up watching a few films, and it was really good. I watched Parasite, which won like the best Oscar film, like the Oscars this year. Really good film. Really enjoyed that. Watched. What else did I watch? Game Night. It was all right. Wasn't crazy about it. Watched Death to 2020, which is like a Netflix thing done by the makers of Black Mirror. So I've watched quite a few things, caught up on a few bits that I've wanted to see. And then I was quite open to doing some on Sunday, but I was just like, man, I just don't fancy it. Genuinely just didn't fancy it. I don't even feel like 100% right now, if I'm being honest. It's so weird because this has got nothing to do with me. It's like, this is all about him, and it's all about his family, and it's all about, but like that. But I think it's just the way that it's like, it knocks the enthusiasm out of you. That's what it is. That's how I feel. I feel like gutted for his family, and I just kind of feel like can't really be bothered to do anything. Just kind of like doesn't matter, does it? Do you know what I mean? Just, yeah. Well, obviously here, we're obviously going to watch Raw, and we're going to have fun with it and everything, but I definitely know this doesn't feel like a normal stream. And in fairness, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Such a shock. Such a loss. And as you said, for someone so young, only 41, still had so many years ahead of him. But it's his family that my mind keeps going back to, and whatever. So I definitely don't want to be making out like, woe is me or anything. It's got nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me whatsoever. But I think it's just the way that it makes you feel, and it just made me feel like I didn't want to do anything yesterday, so I didn't do a stream. And I don't know, if Raw wasn't on tonight, I think there's a really good chance we wouldn't have streamed tonight as well. But obviously, as we kind of go through this week, and I think Wednesday's going to be a big night, in all fairness, because I think on Wednesday it's going to give AEW a chance to say what they want to say, to get the tributes out there, and I don't want to say start like moving on, whatever, but like kind of. Do you know what I mean? Just like pay the respects and move forward. And I think tonight will help with that as well. So, yeah. I mean, as you can imagine, I've been absolutely inundated with people sharing their thoughts, their favourite matches, their favourite moments. I mean, it's one of those, you can't escape it.
They donated $1.99 via a super chat. Days, how can I get a sticker by my name?
Oh, that's for the members, dude. If you join the channel, then YouTube puts it there. I hope you are well. Shout out to Elijah Bradley. Hope you had a good few days, my friend. Days, this reminds me of Eddie Guerrero's death. Both were unexpected. Yeah, I agree. Those ones always hurt. It's like Owen's passing, Eddie's passing. Chris Benoit to a degree. Obviously we didn't know what was happening there, and WWE even did a tribute to Chris Benoit. There's a tribute Raw that they did to him because obviously all the details hadn't emerged. So they did a tribute Raw, and then obviously, things got revealed. So it kind of does feel initially like those, where it's like just shock. And the other thing as well is the fact that we didn't even know he was ill. Didn't know there was anything wrong. There was no rumours. Nothing. I mean, honestly, on those AEW streams, people are like, do we know where he is? It's like, no. I can only imagine he's got some personal going on, or maybe something to do with COVID. Perhaps he's self-isolating, or... No idea. The shock of it was... JS17 Days, read all. Imagine if Keith Lee wins tonight. There's a plot twist. Keith turns heel and Sheamus didn't, and then brutally attacks Drew and Sheamus. You could turn Keith Lee heel.
Legend. They donated $2 via a super chat. Grow your beard for Brodie.
No. I don't feel a need to do that, to be honest. I don't feel a need to do, like, pointless gestures like that. This is too real. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. It's just really weird. It's really, really weird. Did you see that Seth's return was announced to SmackDown? No, I didn't. What do you think will happen? I hope he comes back. I hope he's not the Messiah. I hope he comes back as a wrestler, and I hope he wrestles great matches, because he is one of the best in-ring performers they've got. And I just think that he can do so much better than what we saw from him in 2020. I just saw someone ask what was my favourite moment of the year. That's a really good question. Favourite moment of the year, I think, is really difficult. Edge's return was something very special. So I think Edge's return, I think, wow, I don't know. I can't really think of anything else that gets to that level. Undertaker's farewell with Paul Bearer, that specific moment, I think, was very touching. Very touching. I'd say one of them, Edge's return or Undertaker's farewell, but specifically the moment with Paul Bearer. I think those two were very special. I heard that he was on an exercise bike and he was struggling to breathe, says Hasib. I think each and every wrestler should be utilized in such a way that due to the stacked roster, some of them are only seen on alternative weeks. Yes, I agree. I think you should know well in advance what superstars are on each week, and you don't see everyone each week. I completely agree. They used to do that back in the day. When Raw was just an hour back in like 93, you obviously wouldn't get everyone on the show. They would actually be doing house shows the same night. So they would be doing a show somewhere that would have most of the roster, and just the people they needed for Raw were at Raw. And I'm not saying they go back to that, but I do agree seeing everyone each week, I'm not sure is the right way forward. You could argue that where you need ratings, you need to have your big stars on each show. To a degree, I understand that, but yeah, it doesn't give everyone a chance, does it? So I do agree. Nathan Fowler Games, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you've had a
13
good
Big
few
Swag
days.
is a legend.
13 Big
They
Swag.
donated $4.99 via a super chat. I predict Carlito to come back and pin Bobby Lashley to win the US title, just like he did with John Cena. #cool green apple.
That'd be interesting. The thing with Carlito is Carlito actually had rumors of a return to WWE a few years ago, and it never happened. And then all of a sudden, he was shown on the graphic for next week's Raw Legends. So I wonder if he is going to have a little run, or if it is just going to be a one-off appearance. So yeah, you might not be wrong with that. It could be that he's going to come back to have a little run. So right, let me just go down the news that I had. So we spoke about Brodie Lee. There's a Pat Patterson documentary that's come in. It's going to drop on January 24th. So there's quite a bit that's lined up for the network in January. A lot of it is to do with the Royal Rumble. I think they're going to sit down with some of the female talent and talk about the first ever women's Royal Rumble match, which I think I'm right in saying was 2018. And then we've got this Pat Patterson documentary. He obviously came up with the Royal Rumble concept. So it kind of makes sense. And obviously, he just passed as well. And then there's like lots of other shows to do with the Royal Rumble. So January has got a lot of Royal Rumble content coming to the network. Broken Skull Sessions, we know the next guest. So we had one not long ago with Drew. Before that, they did The Undertaker. The next guest on the Broken Skull Sessions is going to be Bayley, which I think's really cool. I can't remember a female being on the Broken Skull Sessions. Really, I'm trying to think, did they ever have Lita or Trish, or I can't think of anyone. Unless there's someone really obvious that I'm missing, but I can't think of anyone. So Bayley being the next guest for Stone Cold to talk to, I think is really, really cool. So looking forward to that. This week as well, I think it's tomorrow, there's a new show called WWE Superstar Gaming Series. I don't know if you've seen this. It's something to do with Battlegrounds and Among Us. I think it's something like Up, Up, Down, Down, but it's on the network. And it's going to be on YouTube. It's on the free network as well. And Ronda Rousey is involved. So they've got these superstars like Tyler Breeze, Miz, Ronda Rousey. And I think they're just going to be playing Battlegrounds, and they're going to be playing Among Us. It's hosted by Xavier. They've got some celebrity guests as well. Is it Lily Pons? And I think she's a YouTuber. And we've got Worley and a few others as well. When it came to the celebrities, I kind of glazed over like a Krispy Kreme. But yeah, I saw that and I was like, that's quite interesting. So I don't know if that's a one-off or if it's something that's happening each week. But that starts, I believe, tomorrow. Hardy Bros. The Hardy Bros has been trademarked. So it looks like Matt Riddle and Jeff Hardy are definitely going to be a tag team. So WWE have secured that. We spoke about Danny Hodge. And again, you know, it's worth mentioning Danny Hodge. Big loss. I was really gutted by that news as well. It's just been an awful few days when it's come to like losing people. So obviously Danny Hodge and Brodie Lee passing away. And as we said tonight, we've got Charlotte versus Nia Jax, Keith Lee versus Sheamus. The winner of that will go on to face Drew McIntyre. Randy Orton and Alexa Bliss in Alexa's Playground or whatever that's going to be. And Ali taking on Ricochet. So yeah, quite a bit lined up for tonight. And as we said, it should be quite a busy week as well. Days, I heard that he is going to return as the Messiah and he's going to feud with Big E for the Intercontinental Championship. Okay. I mean, I would drop the Messiah thing. I don't think it worked. I don't think it was engaging. I don't think people tuned in to see what's the Messiah going to do this week. I don't know what they're looking at that showed that it worked. The only thing that did work for me was the eye for an eye match. I think the match itself, the concept of the match was stupid. I think that the fact that they managed to get such good engagement from it, I think that from what I saw, you know, people were talking about it on Twitter. It was, I don't know if it was trending. I feel like it was. I feel like everyone was talking about that eye for an eye match. So it certainly created a buzz. I mean, both negative and positive, but it certainly got people talking, and sometimes that's all they care about. So you can kind of say that came out of it. Other than that, I think the rest of it was a mess. I don't feel like Murphy is any bigger a star now than he was when he first joined that group. If you remember, before he joined, he was in a little feud with Aleister Black, and they were having some really great matches. And Murphy lost, got frustrated, and then ended up joining Seth.
They donated
but they kept losing
via a super chat.
They weren't like a great
WWE
unstoppable
icon
force.
series looks awesome.
What looks awesome? WWE Icons looks awesome. Yeah, I agree. We spoke about that the other day. They've got like a Yokozuna one. They've got, who else? Oh, the Lex Luger one looks stunning. Lex Luger, British Bulldog. They're just kind of little mini documentaries, I believe. And they're going to start in January. So, yeah, they are coming as well. Was that Survivor Series they were showing? I think so. So, yeah, lots going on. I wouldn't keep Seth heel if face Seth does not fight Tribal Chief Roman. Then that would be a big missed opportunity, says Harley. JS17 says, Days, this time an adult joke. Goldberg is on a date with a lady and says, I'm a pro wrestler. She is shocked and says, oh, really? And he replies, yes, and my matches aren't the only thing that's short. There we go. Does anyone know when Danny Hodge started wrestling and when he retired? I don't know that off the top of my head, but I would say his career was Well, he was in the Olympics in the 50s, and I've got a feeling that he was still competing into the 80s, maybe even the 90s. So my guess is that he had a 40-year, 40-year, let's go 40-year pro wrestling career, something along those lines, on and off. Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible guy. Even William Regal sent a tweet out and said, if it's a name that's not familiar to you, Google it. Google Danny Hodge. I've shown it before. I might never have shown it on this. I don't know if I'd be able to find it right now, but I do have his autograph. I do have a little collection of autographs from wrestlers, and I do actually have a Danny Hodge one. I wonder if I have I don't think I have a Luke Harper. That is something I will have to correct. That might be what I treat myself to. I didn't really get anything for Christmas. And, I mean, I didn't really want anything. So it wasn't a problem. But I might treat myself to like a Luke Harper, Brodie Lee autograph. So, haven't watched Raw since January. James Terrell, you really haven't missed much, to be honest. Days, do you agree that unless Lashley or Lesnar are the reigning world champions, we won't get that match? Yeah, I suppose. I would struggle to see how we would get that match if one of them wasn't a world champ. I can't see Lesnar caring about the United States belt. So, yeah. Right. It has got in memory of John, and it says Luke Harper, 1979 to 2020. As I said, I don't know that they'll do anything more than that, but there was a little graphic at the start.
Ashanti Stevens is a legend. They donated $1.99 via a super chat. What if Fiend harness Harper spirit?
Hello, Ashanti. What if Fiend harnesses Harper's spirit? I think you will see Twitter kick off on a level that you won't have seen before. They try and put that into any kind of storyline. Unless they've got unless they've got like the family's permission and it's something that they think he would have liked, then no. That would be a bad idea. He's not a WWE superstar. I mean, I understand that they probably still own the rights to like Luke Harper, but it could be seen as cashing in on this sad news. So, right. Keith Lee versus Sheamus. There's nothing to start the show with in regards to Luke Harper, apart from a little graphic. Brother Nero says, Days, I don't like how Seth's transformation was unexplained. He just went mental and crazy. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it at all. So Alexa's Playground is a thing now. 13 Big Swag says, bring back Muhammad, Hassan and Davari. Okay, here comes McIntyre. Nice little announcer's tribute starting the show saying it's Monday. You know what that means. 13 Big Swag is a legend. They donated $1.99 via a super chat. Bring back Muhammad Hassan and Davari. Dave in real life says Drew promo to start the show. They'd probably get a lot of hate if they cashed in on his death, yeah. And so they should get a lot of... I mean, again, if it was run by the family, and the family were like, yeah, he would really like that, you could say that's a different story. You could say that's a different thing. But no, other than that, I really wouldn't touch it. Okay, so Drew has made his way down. There's pyro going off. I hate the sword plunge, says Blue Skies. I think it should be saved, to be honest. I don't know why he does it for every entrance. I kind of feel like it's something he should do at pay-per-views. It's something that I think would look awesome at WrestleMania. I think when he puts it down and all the fireworks go off, that's going to look incredible. The last Raw of 2020. Thank you. Oh, God. It's been a long time. This has been the longest year ever. God, flippity-doo-dah. So he's talking about how he won the Rumble, won the title, lost the title, won the title. All in a year. I love the sword thing, says Rex Ryder. Jerry Jack said he will start talking, then Sheamus will come out. Keith Lee will come out, and then we'll have 15 minutes of yakking. Drew talking about being the chosen one. Right. Yes. Oh, okay, so he's defending the title next week. So Drew McIntyre's defending the title next week. So Keith Lee versus Sheamus will be to decide who faces him. Here's Sheamus. How did we go from Lana getting married to this? Paige was the first woman Austin interviewed. Ah. I can't remember that. Why can't I can't remember that interview. I totally believe you, but I can't recall it. I have to go back. Check it out again. I'm sure I've seen it. I must have seen it. I'm sure I've seen them all. I love them. I think they're brilliant. Broken Skull Sessions, I absolutely love. So, yeah, shout out to you. I thought it would be at the Rumble. Yeah, I thought it would be at the Rumble. So, interesting to find out that Drew is defending his title next week. So last week it was Drew, Sheamus, and Keith Lee that closed out the show. Monday Night Reigns. So they're talking about how long they've known each other, Sheamus and Drew. Obviously, we'll get Keith Lee coming out soon. Did you watch Talking Smack? I think that might be the best thing in WWE right now. I've seen some clips. I don't really religiously watch it, no. Sheamus saying that he's got goosebumps about the idea at the thought of facing Drew. Sheamus is like really excited. Asuka's Raw Women's Championship run has got boring. LSW says this is a boring way to begin Raw. Yeah, I mean, I suppose in a way it's setting the scene. This is, important. It is the WWE Championship, so tell the story, the one thing I do like about this start is it is nice to see the Sheamus Drew relationship. It's such a weird relationship because Sheamus is a heel. And here comes Keith Lee. And I've got a lot of time for Keith Lee. The documentary on Keith Lee on the WWE Network is incredible. Bask in his glory. Does everyone really think Drew is boring now? I'm honestly just curious what people think. Well, I'll let people answer it. I personally don't think I don't like his promos. I don't think his promos are very good. I think they can come across as a bit sarky, or I don't know, smarmy sometimes. So I'm not a big fan of his promo style. Okay. I actually think Sheamus is the best promo in that ring. Keith Lee. Drew won't be champion by the time the fans come back. Drew is okay. He looks like a main eventer, says Dave in real life. Drew is what Vince wanted Roman to be as a face. Bro kick by Sheamus. This was getting dull, in all fairness. Where are we? 11 minutes in. Yeah, I it's difficult because I understand that they're building it up for next week. So, what we've learned is there's a WWE Championship match next week. Is it going to be Drew against his best friend Sheamus? Or will it be Drew against Keith Lee? I kind of feel like the spotlight was on the Drew Sheamus match more. The way they were saying, if we do face each other, it's going to be so physical. No one brings it like us. I wonder if that was foreshadowing. I wonder if they were saying that because they want to plant that seed that, if Sheamus does win, oh man, you want to watch next week. It's going to be hard hitting. It's going to be physical. They didn't really do that when it came to Keith Lee. So I'd be leaning towards Sheamus winning this match and us getting Drew versus Sheamus. And honestly, I'm not down on that. I kind of think that they've got such a history. I think they should have a really good chemistry. I think it'd be a really good match. So that's fine. I think whoever wins isn't getting the title anyway. Regardless whoever goes on to face Drew, I think Drew is going to be retaining. So, maybe a bit too soon for Keith. So maybe Sheamus would be the right way to go. But just from what they've said there, I'm thinking they're going to go Sheamus. But we'll see. We'll soon find out. So, Keith Lee's promos don't hit the mark for me. They don't do it. I think, as I said, Drew's promos as well could come across as a little bit smarmy, bit condescending. And I don't know, they don't quite hit the mark for me either. So the fact that we had both of them doing promos in that intro, just, yeah, not the strongest of starts. But, well, I get why they went that way. You've got to set the scene, and it is for the title, so. Brent Lanning, shout out to you. Days, I'm crushed. I'm 14. I've always wanted to be a wrestler. I looked up to John. I wanted to be like him. My hero has passed. BOD talks. It's definitely a tough one. It really is. I've seen a lot of people saying that it's hit them hard on Twitter, and I can completely get it. Completely understand it. Completely understand it. Do you like The Simpsons? I do like The Simpsons. There's a lot of episodes I've never seen, actually. I've seen a lot of the early ones many times. Probably up to like season 12 or something. I've probably seen all of them many times. But then once you start getting to like, I don't know, season 15, there's probably quite a few episodes from there that I've not seen. Okay, we are back from the commercial break. Is Red Bull or Monster your favourite energy drink? Haven't really got a favourite, in all fairness. I think we've got loads of Monster in the house because it was on like a special offer. But I don't really care. I think they all taste awful. No, I don't. I wouldn't drink any of them out of choice. But sometimes, like, if it's a long stream, like during the UFC streams, they can go like 8 hours. Then, yeah, I tend to just have one. Right, we are underway. Keith Lee against Sheamus. Keith Lee versus Sheamus. And I do like the fact, I do appreciate, I'm very quick to moan, but I'd like to be quick to give him a little bit of praise. I really do appreciate the fact that this matters. The winner of this will go on to have a title opportunity. If you think that, like, people have to win Royal Rumbles to get a shot at the belt or win Elimination Chamber, like, right now we got Sheamus versus Keith Lee. Winner's going to get that title shot. They didn't do anything at the beginning. Hopefully something at some point. Yeah, if you are just joining us, there was a graphic. And that was it. Imagine Vince winning the WWE title against Drew, says William. You look 10 years younger. Thank you, my friend. Days, Drew and Keith talk like heels. Drew comes off as arrogant and disrespectful, and Keith as though he thinks he's better than everyone. Yeah, I mean, I never really understood the Keith promo style where he's like, salutations, everybody. What? Meant to be like this monster. I mean, like, I'm all for trying new things, but didn't work. Didn't seem to work. It's so softly spoken. It's kind of like reminds me of Luchasaurus. You know, when Luchasaurus talks, he talks along those lines as well. He talks very educated and is like softly spoken. What is it with all these big guys having like hearts of gold? What's all this about? Aren't they meant to be like destruction machines? I want Keith to win the title, says Big Boy Tobias. Sheamus should win, says Mary. I liked NXT Keith Lee better. Days shaving his beard would have been a good member stream. That sounds perverted to me. It's a members only stream. It's not an OnlyFans. Do you know what I mean? Me sitting here shaving whilst people watched creeps me out more than you'll ever know. Into the edge of the ring goes Sheamus. See Wrestling says Luchasaurus is millions of years old. Of course he's educated. Wow, it is true. It is true. History to him is just life, isn't it? Belly to belly, and Sheamus go into the outside. I hope you had a good Christmas, See Wrestling, by the way. Big boot by Sheamus, and Keith Lee goes down. Miss Clown 1, shout out to you, says, do you remember Vince's mugshot t-shirt? I do, yes. What did he get arrested for? I can't remember. He got arrested in storyline, didn't he? Double knees. Double axe handle as well. Comes crashing down onto Keith Lee. Keith Lee goes onto the commentary table. Yeah, I remember he got arrested for something. I can't remember what it was. And then they released a t-shirt with his mugshot on. I'm just saying WDF. That mean like and Drew doesn't mean anything else. Would Keith Lee be a good heel? Yeah, sure. Sure. Did you try to trim the sides of the beards a little and just couldn't get it even? No, I just didn't care. I just didn't care. If you think any thought went into this, you're completely wrong. No, I bought some clippers not long ago, and I knew that when I got a little bit of time that I was gonna have a shave, because the hair just wasn't staying in the hat anymore. So it was like flicking out at the sides and everything, and I was like, man, as soon as I get a day off, I am gonna shave it. So I did that, and I was like, well, I'll just do this as well, and that was it. I mean, I didn't even look in a mirror once. So, I mean, you should know by now that I really do not care about those kind of things. If I did, I wouldn't have looked the way that I did for most of the year. So, no. Just learn to love yourselves, guys. Learn to love yourselves. Doesn't matter what you look like. I think the last active WWE superstar that died was Umaga in 2009. That's why it feels so weird, says Andres Hunter. Is it really? I mean, that's not anything I've ever thought about, to be honest. But, yeah, you're probably right. I can't think of anyone. I remember the Warrior in, like, 2014. That was a big shock. That was a huge shock, 'cause he was such a legend, and we'd seen him on Raw the day before. But he wasn't obviously an active superstar. Shad, obviously, that was a big shock. Yeah, I can't. You could be right. I can't. There's not a name that's jumping out.
They donated $4.99 via a super chat. Days, if it was your last day on Earth, what movie would you see? What would be your lunch, dinner, and dessert be?
Desert. What would your desert be? Straight up Sahara. Definitely Sahara. What movie would I watch? I'm not really into movies. I watched a few movies over the past few days because I don't watch movies. So there was a few that I've, fancied seeing that I hadn't watched all year. I still haven't seen Joker. I don't know if that'd be the last movie I'd watch though. I've heard kind of mixed reviews of it. So I don't know, man. I don't know what I'd watch. I don't know. I'd have to say Joker. It's the only film I can think of that I'd want to see. So maybe Joker. And food-wise, I don't know, pizza. Pretty simple, really. I'm a simple guy. I don't need duck à l'orange or anything like that. Just a nice pizza will do. It's got to be a nice pizza, though. Don't want a rubbish one. Bruiser Brodie was one that shocked me, says 7-star. I think that shocked everyone, bud. I think that's a horrific murder. Days, do you think Becky will return? I think so. I mean, I'm expecting her at WrestleMania, and that would be a way of doing it. Big forearm strike by Keith Lee. Sheamus goes down onto the edge of the ring. Do you want to see the new Wonder Woman movie? You didn't see the first one. I haven't seen any of them, no. I'm not. It's not really my thing. I would watch it if it was more based in reality. Like, I really like Dark Knight. You have to kind of go with a few things with that, of course. But the Batman films I kind of enjoy. Gotham was excellent, the first series. I really like Gotham, actually. Because, like, Gotham was... All the villains were kind of like mental health patients. They were like from a psychiatric ward, and they were in Arkham Asylum and all of this. And it was kind of twisted, and it was all set in this fictional city of Gotham, and I really enjoyed that. It did start getting like supernatural, but I've said before, I think if you go into it and you understand that's what you're going to see, then I can go with it. So if I was watching Wonder Woman, I know that it's going to have supernatural elements and all this kind of stuff. You know that when you press play, so I can go with that. But I don't know that I would necessarily go out of my way to watch it when there's probably other things I'd rather watch instead. That's kind of my relationship with the Marvel Universe. I've seen only a couple of those films. I can't say I particularly enjoyed them. I saw Thor. I've got to be honest, I was bored. It just wasn't for me. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's super popular. There's probably a lot of Thor fans out there. But, oh man, it wasn't for me. Big forearm strike by Sheamus. But I have heard decent stuff about that Wonder Woman film. So, yeah, it should be good. Into the corner goes Sheamus. Days, the wait for Eva Marie continues. Wow. That's one way of putting it. Keith Lee just kind of charged into Sheamus, and they both went down. Keith Lee landed on Sheamus. I would watch B-Movie. It's a cinematic masterpiece. Thor Ragnarok was the best one, says that king. Days might like Titans live action Teen Titans. You'll love Joker. I think I will love Joker. I think Joker will be right up my street. I've seen the trailer, and I love that stuff. I love how he's descending into madness. So yeah, I think I would really enjoy it. I think that's why I'm more into DC than Marvel. Because Batman and, well, I don't know really enough about Batman, if I'm being perfectly honest, to make those kind of comments. But from what I've seen of Batman, he's a normal guy with the Batcave. And, he can do all the stuff he can do because of his suit, basically. And I think I'd probably like Iron Man for the same reason. It's the kind of thing where you look at it and you go, I can definitely see Elon Musk having that suit. If I was to find out that Elon Musk had the Musk Cave and he had like a superhero costume that can do all this wacky stuff and he's fighting crime in New York, I don't even know that I would be surprised. I'd be like, yeah, that absolutely makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. Keith Lee getting up to his feet. Shoulder charges by Sheamus. Headbutt by Keith Lee. Big slap across the chest. He's got Sheamus up. Sit down. Powerbomb. 1, 2. Oh, Keith Lee's got it. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. I thought they had maybe foreshadowed Sheamus winning. I can't... Keith's not winning that. I'm up for it, though. I'm up for seeing it. Drew said, congratulations. Drew holds the title up. So Keith Lee has beaten Sheamus. Looks good, man. Yeah, I'm down for seeing it. We got Elias backstage with Jackson Riker. I would be happy if Ricochet joined Retribution, says Sapphire. It'd be interesting. The only thing is that he had to work so hard to get away from the Hurt Business that if he ends up now just getting sucked in by Retribution, it might be a slight shame. I mean, at this point, anything that's going to just help him, push him, give him any kind of spotlight. Right, here's The Miz. It's Miz versus Grand Metalik. We was talking about him beforehand. Miz versus Grand Metalik. I don't know where we are with him trying to get his Money in the Bank briefcase back. I don't know if that's something they're still going to try to do. Miz on his way, yeah. Miz Grand Metalik, yeah. Miz versus Metalik, cringe, says Big Boy Dally. Sheamus will get involved next week. Funny how Vince wants to shorten the name of wrestlers with awesome full names, but he doesn't shorten the name of his favourite boy to just Roman. Nob Freeze says, let's go Metalik. Sonny Wolf, shout out to you. Alex says, I think WWE should open up the Thunderdome more and have another set for Royal Rumble. Have the one used now for normal matches, but then have a longer one for the Royal Rumble, like old TNA. Tennille says, can we just forget that Retribution even exists? I think a lot of us have. Jennifer Lockhart, shout out to you. Just have Ricochet do the same swerve to Retribution that he did to Hurt Business, just to get them to leave him alone. I really want them to use Ricochet in some way, though. Ideally not with Retribution, because I do think that's an awful group. It's hard to see that group going anywhere. But who knows? I mean, if Ricochet joins, would they end up then pushing the group? Probably not. Probably not. I mean, like, I really don't believe there's any kind of long-term plan in place for Retribution or Ricochet. So, it's just a bit of a mess, isn't it? Nevin says, to be honest, I don't care who wins this match. I'm not a big fan of Miz or Metalik. Days, if you like Batman, then you'll love that Titans TV show, just not the cartoon version. Okay. I can't say I've heard of it, but cool. I'm up for checking it out. Ricochet as a heel. No, thank you, says it's Romeo. WWE. Do you think The Rock will come back at the Royal Rumble? I don't think so. The rumours are that they're not doing Rock versus Roman at WrestleMania this year. I think that was certainly what we were hoping for. It's what I was hoping for. I'd love Rock versus Roman. But apparently that's they can't make it work this year. So I don't know if they're looking at it for next year. I don't know if they're looking at it for 2022. I'm saying this year like it's 2021 already, but we are just a few days away. I'm desperately trying to get out of 2020. Raw Legends Night next week. Hogan, Ric Flair, Big Show, Tori Wilson, IRS, Michael P.S. Hayes, Carlito, Tatanka. Saw Tatanka as well. Raw Legends Night, that'll be good. They are stacking next week, aren't they? They're really building it up. Days, this is important. What? Did they advertise Carlito for Legends Night? They did, yes. He will be on the show next week. It will be 2021 in a few days, but that doesn't mean next year won't suck. Got to keep the faith, man. Got to keep the faith. Big Show might turn heel again. Oh, I'm sure. Is he a face right now? I don't even know what he is. It's Lucha time. Right, well, Lindsay has come out with Grand Metalik. Metalik goes into the middle of the ring. Miz charges over. Metalik rolls him up. Metalik, again, very quickly trying to pin the Miz. Nice little roll through by Metalik and kick out by Miz, who goes over to the corner. And Metalik saying that he was just this close. He was just this close. Coaster Maniacs, shout out to you. 2021 says, I like Grand Metalik. He just needs a new gimmick. Anyone else that next week is going to be 2021? They messed up Kalisto. Really was interested in his heel turn, says Zachary. Metalik going up top. Lovely springboard moonsault to the outside by Grand Metalik, and Miz is down. Very good. I mean, we was talking about Grand Metalik before. He is a very good wrestler. He can do some very impressive stuff, but just never gets the opportunity to really show that. Big Show is going to probably be implemented to be an AJ Styles bodyguard. Okay, Miz back in control now, choking Grand Metalik over that middle rope. Miz going against the ropes. Nice. WCW had an awesome cruiserweight division. They did, yeah. It's not, I mean, you would look at it and you'd think it's not that hard to set up. It just requires a little bit of commitment. Big boot by Miz. Miz shouting out at the crowd that he is Money in the Bank. Nice chin lock applied by the Miz now. I mean, I must say, so far, this Raw isn't as bad as previous weeks. We've had a decent first match. This is, I mean, okay. I'm a huge Metalik fan, but he is going to lose. Yes. Nice. Bulldog goes up top. Metalik, springboard, drop kick. Metalik going against the ropes. Up over the top, flip over, nice. 2, 3, no, he wins. Metalik wins. Grand Metalik pins The Miz. What story are they trying to tell with The Miz here? So The Miz loses his briefcase. And now he's lost to Grand Metalik. Wow. That's good. I wasn't expecting that. Right, backstage with Elias, who's still strumming his guitar. Hello, someone's knocking at the door. Someone wants to walk with Elias. Oh, it's Omos! Oh, look at him, man. Oh. The way he just walked into that room then. He's just staring down at Jackson Riker. He says, we're at 11. Can we bring it down to a 5? Jordan's look is amazing. The coat and the black top and the gold chain and... AJ jumps out, gets all the way up to the Omos's height. He's like, yeah, I'm going to freak him out. That was good, man. Right, Dana Brooke is making her way down. Get excited. Dana Brooke with Mandy Rose. Who's the good guy in this situation? Omos. Against Shayna Baszler. Boom. Everyone's got a bodyguard. That's true. They do, don't they? I love Omos. He's good, isn't he? He's so much fun. I agree. I agree. I really like Omos. I think Omos has got a lot of potential. Yeah, I don't know where he is in the ring. He had a few house show matches. They didn't do anything with him on NXT. I mean, I just hope that he's just working hard at the Performance Center. So, you know, he's on Raw on a Monday and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I just hope that he's just putting the time in at the Performance Center, because you'd have to think next year they'll start using him. I mean, I think him in a tag team with AJ is a great way forward. They could go for like the tag titles, and eventually he'll turn on AJ, and then those matches are going to be good as well. But he's got to make sure that he's up to standard, you know. So hopefully he's putting the work in. I'm sure he is, but I really can't tell you where he is. I don't know what he's like in the ring. I mean, he was just doing pretty standard stuff from the house show matches I saw. Was that a Dark Order towel on the wall behind Elias? I don't believe so. Omos is his name because he was almost a superstar. Am I the only one that misses Takanori? I think so. She's over on SmackDown. Do you think we'll see one of the Mandalorians go through a table after this match? I don't think so. I don't think they're really doing that spot anymore, are they? Are they ever going to change the ugly tag belts? Eventually they will. Eventually. God, they need to. Those belts are horrible. So, yeah, hopefully they will. I mean, they've changed the Intercontinental and the United States. So, hopefully the tag belts are next. I wonder who would win out of Jordan versus Giant Gonzalez. Certainly not the fans. So I mean, if Jordan is as basic as what I think, and we all know what Giant Gonzalez was like, yeah, the fans wouldn't win there.
Matty Cliff is a legend. They donated £1.99 via a super chat. Yes, great win for Metallic, just what he needed.
Just what he needed. Metallic, according to our voiceover woman. Grand Metallic. Any predictions on who's going to win the Royal Rumble? I feel like Edge has got to be a favourite, and maybe Becky or Bianca. They've got to be up there. Roderick Strong against Pete Dunne on Wednesday. The year-end awards. Leon Ruff against Johnny Gargano. NXT's going to struggle this Wednesday. I mean, it struggles against AEW anyway. Like, it doesn't normally manage to do better ratings than AEW. But it's going to struggle this week. Surely everyone is going to be tuning into AEW to see what they're going to do, because rumours are they're giving over the show, really, to Brodie. Shayna Baszler making her way down. So, does this mean that she's going solo now again? Does this mean that the tag team with Nia Jax is done? Had an awful idea. What if Brock draws 30 and wins the Rumble? Could happen. They'll want Brock at Mania. Kicks coming in by Shayna to start this off. Kick coming in by Shayna, and Dana catching the leg. She slaps Shayna Baszler. Who had the biggest impact on wrestling? I know many have for different reasons. Who had the biggest impact on wrestling? That's a really good question. I mean, the names that come to mind are Lou Thez, Ric Flair, Ed Strangler Lewis, Ricky Dozan for what he did over in Japan. Because Ricky Dozan basically brought wrestling to Japan and trained Giant Baba and Antonio Inoki. But you still would have had wrestling in North America if Ricky Dozan hadn't existed. So, don't know, maybe hard to pin it on just one person, isn't it? It's hard to pin it onto one person, because I think if you was to take anyone out of the equation, wrestling would have carried on. I don't know that there's one person that you can say, yeah, it's this person, but yeah, the names that I'd be looking at would be Ed Strangler Lewis, Lou Thez, Ric Flair, and then Ricky Dozan over in Japan. Shayna working on the arm of Dana. Baron von Raschkin. It's a name from the past, isn't it? Vince McMahon, yeah, that's a good shout. Vince McMahon. And I suppose he counts as a wrestler, doesn't he? Because he certainly wrestled. So, yes. Good shout. Very good shout. Days, maybe the plan is for a new darker Fiend to win the Rumble. And Randy wins at the Chamber and the feud ends at Mania. Ernie Ladd. The big cat. Clothesline by Dana. Scoop up and slam. Shayna going out the ring. Why is she struggling so hard against Dana? I don't understand. I wasn't expecting this match to be this competitive. Kirikou clutch by Shayna outside the ring. The referee counting. Shayna gets back into the ring. Dana's down. Oh, she's grabbed Mandy. Throws Mandy into the edge of the ring. What's she going to do? She's putting Mandy's hand on the ring steps. Goes to stomp, moves out the way. Dana Brooke in an electric chair, but face first goes Shayna into the edge of the ring. Dana gets into the ring as well. She's going to look to put Shayna away. Samoan drop. No, reversed. Oh, reversed again. 1, 2. Nice little sequence. Oh! Twisting net breaker. Shoulder up by... that was good. Hey, credit where it's due. That's a good little move from Dana Brooke. Gotta give credit where it's due. That was sick. Shayna down. Dana climbing up. I don't know why this match is this competitive. I see Shayna as like top tier female talent. I can't say I feel the same about Dana, but knee strike. Kirikou clutch and Dana taps. That seemed like a nasty knee strike, man. She is holding her jaw. There we go. Shayna wins. Oh, she's come back. Yeah. Applying it onto Mandy Rose. Mandy's tapping. Come on, Mandy. You can sell better than that. Mandy's just kind of lying there going... Not even really grimacing that much. She's like... Oh, come on, Mandy. Randy Orton's going back to Alexa's playground. How do they know that she is willing to bring the playground? Has she agreed that she's going to bring the playground when they ask? I'm only asking a question. So the playground is something that Alexa can magically make appear seemingly whenever she wants, right? She's got that power now. So she can bring... I mean, as powers go, it's great for, like, if you're a kid's entertainer. So what she could do is she could, like, go to children's parties and she could be like, boom! And then the playground appears and she'd be... Honestly, she'd make so much money. She could probably quit wrestling and she could just go around doing kids' parties. So have WWE spoke to Alexa and said, right, we need you to bring the playground, but we need it at this point. As soon as the Mandy Rose match is finished, do you mind? And she's like, yeah, no worries. That's fine. Yeah. Because this could be like the new Moment of Bliss segment. She's like, oh, yeah, that sounds fun. I just think that's such a wild conversation to have been had. Alexa, do you mind making that playground just magically appear after the Mandy Rose match? Or the Dana Brooke match? Yeah, that's fine. That's no problem. Okay, thank you. I wonder if you can request different things as well. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, we would like the swings, the slide. We would like merry-go-round. Do you know them horses that you sit on and they're on like a giant spring and you can go backwards and forwards? They were always fun. I like those. I'd want one of them. I'd be like, I don't need the slide, but can I have the swings and merry-go-round, a climbing frame, and one of them horses that you sit on and they're on a massive spring? Don't need a seesaw. I'm only asking, like, has she got... Can she take orders? Do you know what I mean? Or is it just a set playground? Maybe that's all she's got. Maybe that's all that was made for her. Perhaps she hasn't got any other, you know, fun activities. I don't know. What if the children from the funhouse come back? I don't know. Can she make children appear? We've yet to find that out. Can I request a Lexi Bliss playground for an anniversary? I think so. I can only imagine she's fully
Paul
booked
Roman
up,
is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. Day's your favorite manager all time?
Bobby the Brain Heenan, Paul Roman. I would imagine that's going to be pretty much everyone's. 7 Star says, don't forget random dog poop. That's true. That's true. It'd be a bit disappointing, though, if... Could you imagine if you've got the ability to make, like, playground things, like have a whole playground arrive, but it means that, like, dog poop bins and dog poop on the ground has to come as well. Like, you can't just bring the different... I don't know what they're called. They're not... What would you call them? They're not activities, are they? Rides. They're not really rides. I don't know what the word is. Playground... things. I don't know what they're called. I don't know what they're called. Do you know what? I don't care either. We all know if offered, you would happily play in Alexa's playground. I would. Quite happy. I love a good go on a swing. Every playground could be Alexa's whenever she is around. Equipment. Is it equipment? Playground equipment. You can request different equipment. Is it equipment? I don't know. I don't feel that equipment's the right word. I don't know. Attractions? Okay. Oh, at least I'm not the only one struggling with this. I thought there was a really obvious word. A really obvious word, like rides. Playground rides. Yeah, equipment. Maybe it is equipment. But even that doesn't feel quite right. Oh, honestly, I think there should be a word. There should be a word. I think we've highlighted a flaw in the world. I mean, there are many, and I think we've just managed to find one. 24K Dex, yeah, we've spoke about it quite a bit. Mike says Jim Cornette is a classic manager. Attraction, equipment, rides, playground rides. I don't think rides works. Playground equipment. Playground equipment, though, would that be the fence that goes around the playground? Would that be the bins? Would that be the benches? I kind of feel like playground equipment is everything. Not just specifically what children would have fun with, if you will. I suppose you could have fun with a bench. Can't really have fun with a dog poop bin, but, well, could try. I don't know. Big questions. Oh, it is different! I don't remember. You don't get that in a playground, a flipping rocking horse. Why is she going to show it him if he built it? He built it for me. I can't wait to show it him. He flipping built it. I bet he would love to meet his hero, Hulk Hogan. Well, I doubt Hogan wants to meet him. Yeah. What is the ground? Is the ground just like a carpet? It should be the fake grass, shouldn't it? That would make sense. I feel like this might be more a playroom than a playground. I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm just throwing it out there. Firefly Playground. No Orton. Why would you bother? If I was Orton, I wouldn't come out either. Forget it. Flip. Go and have a nice meal instead somewhere. Go to Olive Garden. Play park equipment. Funhouse graphic. So Orton's in the funhouse, just boots Huskers in the face. Is it not none of the puppeteers there? Mercy just got hurled into Abby the Witch. That was a good throw. Credit where it's due. He'd be great at like a coconut shy. Rambling Rabbit is so used to dying, it's just not a problem. Rambling Rabbit is going to burn it down. It's been burnt before, hasn't it? Alexa wants a match with Randy. This is where he's supposed to return. Then I accept. Intergender match. He's got a family, damn it! Didn't Randy already burn it down before? No blood. Not his head. That's it. I hope they let the match happen. 0 out of 10, says Brent. Intergender match. RKO to Alexa, says Austin316. Shout out to you. I don't know if I've said hello to you, Austin316. Charlotte. Being beaten up by Nia back in June. And this is kind of good. We are getting Charlotte against Nia tonight. And it is good that they're showing us why. A reminder that it was Nia that put Charlotte away for 6 months. Right, Charlie Caruso. Did Seth destroy the Funhouse before? Yes. That was hilarious watching him murder the puppets, says BOD Talks. 7 Star says, Mr. Fuji was a great manager, but Percy Pringle was the best. You didn't say hello to me, Days. Well, I'm saying hello now, Austin. My God, WWE, what are you doing? Who asked for Alexa versus Randy? I don't expect that to be long. It might not even start. They might both get intros and then the Fiend returns. And I would expect him to be fiendier than he was before. Charlotte says, here's Asuka. Asuka's got a Happy New Year 2021 little headband on. Right, AJ making his way down. What? No, they don't want no. Is he taking on Elias? I can't remember. I think he is. Charlotte looks like Cher. She's Charlotte. Charlotte. Asuka is great. People moan that Raw don't give more. They give more and still moan. What do you mean, give him more? Steven Jackson says Alexa's going to come to the ring as the female version of The Fiend. Trent, shout out to you. Brax says, is Omos scared of the fireworks? Oh, I didn't see. I hope not. That'd be a bit weird, wouldn't it? Yeah, AJ Elias next. AJ and Omos are sexy. Days, I'm kind of mad they had Seth burn the Firefly Funhouse. They should have saved that for Randy, because it would have made way more sense. Yeah, I mean, the Funhouse has been invaded a few times, hasn't it? We've seen people in there a few times. I think, I'm not sure seeing anyone in there now has really got the same impact that it had before. Because I think before we didn't kind of know where it was, or I think now it's widely accepted it is just a set that's backstage. We saw Postman Pierce in there, didn't we? So, sorry I'm late. I'm here now. Shout out to you, Mike. Hope you are well. Would you rather relive 2020 or not watch UFC or wrestling in 2021? Wow. I definitely want to watch UFC. I desperately hope that wrestling in 2021 is going to be better. I don't know. I would want to watch UFC. And I'd want to watch wrestling as well. I think wrestling with fans is much, much better than wrestling without fans. Let's put it that way. First Cena gave Huskus a black eye. Now Randy probably gave him another one. It is true. WWE Raw is boring. They need to go back old school. Seth was in the backroom funhouse, which is smaller than the actual Firefly funhouse. It would take the whole women's locker room dogpiling on Randy for Alexa to win. I could see Bobby Heenan as the greatest, but my favorite manager is JJ Dillon. That's cool. Did Seth burn the small set, not the bigger set? I think there's been 3 sets. There was the small one that Seth burned. Now we've got this kind of middle one. This one I don't believe is as big as the original one that we saw last year. It's bigger than that smaller set. So yeah, this set has never been burnt, but I mean, like, we've seen Postman Pierce in this set. So I think this is just another one that's backstage, to be honest. I think they might all be just backstage. I think even that original one might have just been backstage. Well, we know the original one was at the Tom Savini studio, but I don't know if we're meant to know that. We took for granted wrestling with fans because we didn't think this would happen. Yeah, I can't wait to get fans back. I really can't. I think that The Miz will get his money in the bank back by saying I didn't cash it in. Revenge of the Puppets coming to a theatre near you. Days, who have you got, McGregor or Dustin? I think McGregor KOs Dustin round 1. I would say it could be decision. Dustin Poirier is in a really good place at the moment. His recent fights have been very impressive. He's looked really, really good. I do think that McGregor is still that step ahead, but it's hard to know because we haven't seen much of McGregor. I mean, the last time he fought was a year ago against Cowboy Cerrone, and the match was very, very short. It's like 40-odd seconds into round 1. It's really hard to gauge where McGregor is. His last proper fight was against Khabib, which was at the end of 2018. You're going back quite a long way. So, I don't know, man. I feel like McGregor has got to be favourite. I feel like you could be right. I could definitely see that happening. But I just don't know if there might be a bit of ring rust. I think Poirier's in a good place. Could go decision. But I think certainly a slight lean on McGregor. It's one of those where I could see Poirier winning. because McGregor's been out of the ring, out of the octagon for a while. And Poirier knows what McGregor's like. They faced each other before. McGregor won the first one. And Dustin Poirier desperately wants to avenge that. So don't know that he will. But he surely knows what he needs to do. He surely knows why and how he failed the first time. So it's a very interesting fight. So that's January. That's not too far away. Conor McGregor back in action. Really looking forward to that. Some huge UFC fights. 2021 looks mouth-watering. Absolutely mouth-watering. So, UFC-wise. Have you heard how one of the fighters told McGregor to not show up at Fight Island, otherwise they would beat him up? I can't say I did hear that, but I could definitely believe several people saying that. McGregor brings so many eyes and so much hype that if you can get a fight with him, you're getting a massive payday. Everyone wants that fight against McGregor, so yeah, I can believe it. Who has the biggest investing streak in wrestling? What do you mean, Randy? Biggest investing streak? What do you mean? The two biggest streaks, well, outside of Undertaker, were probably Goldberg and Asuka. And then you've got like longest championship reign, like Luthez in NWA and Bruno in WWE, or WWF as it was then, if you want to talk streaks. Come to think about, Triple H has been losing a lot at WrestleMania. He's got a pretty awful WrestleMania record, actually. But he won his last one against Batista, didn't he, in WrestleMania 35? Days, who's the worst manager of all time? I'd say Robert Stone. What about Sable? Does Sable count as a manager when she was the manager of Mark Mero? She was pretty awful. She didn't do anything. Randy versus Alexa. Apparently. I mean, you might get a little something, but I don't think it's going to be... It might not actually start, or they could lock up and he could push her down, and there could be a little something, but it won't go for long. I'm not expecting a 15-minute main event, Randy Orton versus Alexa Bliss. Dave in real life, shout out to you, sir. Rock Leaf says Sable was amazing. She was a valet. Elias has got AJ up. They found another way to give us New Day Hurt Business. This time it's an 8-man tag. Brilliant. So Oliver Humperdinck was pretty bad. Hey, that's a blast from the past, isn't it? Roll up. 1, 2. Was he in WWE? Don't know. I remember seeing him involved with Pat Patterson and Lord Alfred Hayes, but I don't know if that was in WWE. They want Fiend to tribute to Harper, which is why he'll return tonight. On the shoulders, Elias plants AJ on the edge of the ring. Into the ring post. Nasty. Shoulder first. AJ gets hurled into the ring post, and the LED ring post is flickering away. OJ2 says, Days, what if Alexa completely overpowers Randy with the power of the Fiend? You can't rule it out. Can't rule it out, mate. Maybe this is going to build to Alexa versus Brock at WrestleMania. Madison, shout out to you. Madison L. Graves. Zachary says, AJ botch, how rare. Kurt Hawkins' streak was the best ever. Well, maybe. I don't know if Kurt Hawkins believes that his streak was the best ever. His losing streak. The t-shirt that came out of it was cool. It was all the little lines of all the times he had lost. That was kind of fun. Maybe Eric Rowan returns tonight. I would imagine that Rowan will be on a show. Maybe AEW will do something with Rowan on Wednesday. That would be interesting. I could really see tonight being the night that Braun returns to realign himself with Bray. Is AJ supposed to be the face here? I don't know who's the face. I don't know. They could bring Fiend back to do a little tribute, just a little something. But
A very Irish potato is a legend. They donated $5 Australian via a super chat. When Days turned heel on the SmackDown stream by saying I will do a hair reveal and the stream ended.
Shout out to you, very Irish potato. Hope you are well. Yeah, I did have a lot of people saying that they never caught the end of the stream. I don't know. I think it's one of those whereby YouTube can kind of cut it off kind of quickly. So technical difficulties, but I mean, I was here for a good 5 minutes showing off my hair, lots of different angles, you know, showing the length of it, showing how it flicked at the back, talking about what I'd kind of like to do with it. Yeah, I mean, we spent quite a bit of time kind of showing it off, going through it, but apparently you guys never got a chance to see that. So feel free to send your angry letters to Mr. YouTube at YouTube Street in YouTube City, YouTube, and you know, I don't know what they can do about it now. I don't know if there's a way they can retrieve that footage, but I doubt it. I think it's gone. I think it's gone. So just another example of me streaming to myself. A new year, new opportunities. Same dream. Little advert for the Royal Rumble. Royal Rumble. Sunday, January 31st. Fun fact, I think we will do a watch along for it. I think we will. I think we will, guys. I've given it some thought. And I think we will do a watch along. You gotta do it for us now if it's true. I can't. I've already cut my hair. So there's no way of doing that unless I buy a wig. But fun fact, that's not going to happen. Say what you want about Mustafa Ali and Retribution, but I'm calling it right now. Ricochet versus Ali is going to absolutely steal the show. I'm expecting a lot. So Oliver Humperdinck managed Bam Bam in WWF. Oh, man, I don't remember that at all. I don't remember that at all. Shoulder up by AJ. Was that... When was that? Was that the first run? Or the second run? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look and see. Let's have a look and see. 87, so it'll be the first run. WWF approached Humperdinck, offered him a job, managed Bam Bam, and he managed Paul Orndorff. Yeah, he wasn't really around for long. So he was in WWF in 1987, and he managed Bam Bam for a bit and Paul Orndorff, but he went back to the NWA in 88. And then he was over in WCW in the 90s for a little bit. But it seems like he did a lot of his work in the NWA. Interesting, though, because I didn't know that. I didn't know he'd been in 87. He won Pro Wrestling Illustrated's Manager of the Year in 1984. Anyway, AJ on the outside, Omos going round, scaring Jackson Riker away. Oh, he's a bad man, isn't he? He's a bad man. Look at Elias just staring at Omos. He is cool. He is really cool. Omos scared Jackson. Big right hands by AJ to Elias. They're giving this match some time, aren't they? Don't forget as well, we are getting to the half-time scores. Half-time scores. I think this show's been all right. He's a bad man. He is a bad man. Johnny Polo was the terrible manager before he came Raven, says James Chadwick. I liked his look, but as a manager, he was awful. Kick out by Elias. Yeah, I do think this has been much better Raw than what we've seen in recent weeks. I think that first match was really good between Keith Lee and Sheamus. This is actually more competitive than I was expecting. Into the corner goes AJ. Elias has got AJ on his shoulders. AJ round the back, reversed by Elias, pulling at the hair, looking for the drift away. 1, 2. Shoulder up by AJ. I wish finishing moves put people away. If Elias hits that move, it should put someone away. What's the point in having a finishing move that doesn't finish people? This Raw is actually enjoyable, says BOD Talks. Let's be truthful. Lana wasn't the only problem with Rusev, except the Muay Thai he did. I don't think Rusev was a good wrestler. Nice kick by Elias. Pele kick by AJ. That was nice. Nice Pele kick because Elias was on the top rope then. Nothing can be worse than Super Brawl 9 except maybe NWO Sold Out 1, says Zachary. This is a good match, says Noah. AJ going over to the corner. Elias on the shoulders. Plants him down, going for the cover. 1, 2. And again he kicks out. Fair play. What does it take to beat AJ Styles? Well, kick out again by AJ. Burn it down. The $1 Million Man was a great manager. Wrestling Days fan, shout out to you. Omos is a great manager. He's a tall manager. I don't even know if he's a manager. He's certainly a man of few words. Elias in the corner. AJ going over. Gets put to the outside. Nice forearm. AJ going up top. Phenomenal forearm. Down goes Elias. 1, 2, 3. And he takes one of them to put Elias away. And Omos is applauding. That's what I'm talking about, says Omos. He hasn't said anything, has he? I don't think that's what he's talking. I don't think he was talking at all. That was a good match. That was a good match. I wish it had meant something. They were arguing over the fact that Elias was playing his music too loud. And apparently Omos was trying to listen to Mozart. And he couldn't quite hear it. And I think that's how the match came about. But it was a good match. Ricochet against Ali coming up soon. Omos is becoming more chatty, says Butterspark. Monica King says, I'm eager to see Omos in the ring. Yeah. Captain Lou. Oh, I love Captain Lou. What do you think about the 40 and 50 man rumble? Do you think it's a good idea? No. I think it's too much. I don't think they, unless you can get like the stars, but in all fairness, you don't need loads of surprises. You just need a couple of really good surprises. That's all you need. So if you have a 40-50, you're only going to fill it out with like Titus O'Neil. And there's only so many times he can trip over as he's making his way down to a Royal Rumble. So, do you know what I mean? Like, if you're going to have 40-50 people, you're just including everyone. Right, Ricochet making his way down. So Ricochet against Ali is our next match. Ricochet versus... Oh. There we go. Ricochet getting a mosh. He was a mosh, wasn't he? On, is it Talking Smack? I wonder if Omus is related to Taco Fall. Best is best was best ever be. Get your scores in. Where are we? Halfway. Halftime scores. What about Sapphire with Dusty? She was cool. They were fun together. They had a few... They had that mixed tag match, didn't they? Against Macho King and Sensational Sherry. That was good. That was good. She was good. She was fun. She wasn't around very long, though, was she? I don't know why she went. I think they just did what they wanted to do. I think they wanted that mixed tag match, and that was it. She was there to kind of even the score. 8 says Salmon882. Birrock says 6. Warsaw Till I Die says 5.5. Shout out to you. OJ2, shout out to you, says 7. Brian Coleman, shout out to you with a 4. Wow. Adriana, what did Adriana give it? Let me have a look. 8. Big Boy Dally with a 6. Robin813 with a 10. Brandon with an 8.5. Cindy with a 4. LSW with a 5. Sean Reset with an 8.5. 729 TJH with a 5. 7 Star with a 5. Got a few 5s here. Little T with a 7. OJ2 with an 8. Michael with a 675. Wrestling Days fan with a 725. David Paul with a 5. There was a 0 from Quinton. 10 out of 10 from Sapphire. 7.5 from Monica. The rumor is that we're getting Triple H versus AJ at WrestleMania. That'd be good. Austin gives it a 7. Harley with a 7.5. Brad with a 7. Hype Man 15 with a 7.15. Damien with a 6. Robert Lover with a 7.89. 7 or an 8 from OJ2. Brendan with a 9.5. 7, 5, 7.9, 7, 7, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5.5, 9.5. I kind of feel like I've said a lot of 5s and 6s, maybe 7s, so I kind of feel that the halftime score's around about a 6.5. Something like that. I'd probably be at 6. I'd probably be at a 6. I mean, like, recent weeks, we've been down in the 4s. I think last week it was a 2. But in all fairness, last week I'd had enough. I'd just had enough. Like, week after week of bad Raw after bad Raw after bad Raw. It was like, I just couldn't cope anymore. I was like, this is a 2. It got to the point where I wanted to turn the show off and leave. So, I think if you get into that point, you probably do need to be down on those scores. But I don't feel that way this week. I think this is a much better show. Easier to watch. And, yeah, probably around about 6s. There's not really anything that's like OMG. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing that's like blown my mind. But let's see what's to come. We've still got half the show to go. We've got an hour and a half left. We've got Ricochet in the ring. I'm at about 6 as well, says Austin. 6.8 from Sonny. Sonny says, I've got a bean and cheese burrito. Ooh. Sapphire passed away in 96. Didn't it? I think I knew she'd pass, but I would never have said 96. I would have said much later than that. Here's Slapjack and Reckoning and Mace and T-Bar and... Why do they do this? Why do they constantly do this? Why? I don't understand that. They're people that have been overlooked, aren't they? They're people that Ali has brought together that want retribution. I don't get why they come down and like doing all this. Ali says it's you that needs to change, Ricochet. Stop thinking with your heart and start thinking with your mind. Isn't it weird how, I said this before, Retribution were terrorizing all of WWE. And now, fast forward a few months. I mean, it is literally just a couple of months. They're now just terrorizing Ricochet. They've gone from terrorizing everyone, causing absolute carnage, trashing the ringside area, bringing in loads of hoodlums. They've gone from doing all of that to now just literally going after Ricochet. It was genius by Vince to give them contracts. It really settled them down. The other thing I don't get as well, right? And I've never really thought about this, but didn't he say that this was all people that were overlooked? And this was all people that had been wronged by WWE? So does that not mean that they were under contract anyway? I mean, we know that that's Mia Yim, and we know that that's Dominik Dijakovic. And we know that they were under contract. So why have they got a new contract? I'm not even going to bother thinking. I'm not going to bother. There's no point, is there? Why go down that road? Retribution versus Nexus. Ricochet is a major threat, says Ponton21. John said, I dozed off. Did we do halftime scores? Yeah, we did. I feel that the average was around 6.5. So much better than what we've seen in recent weeks. The average last week was about a 5. Chop coming in by Ali. More bad managers. Harvey Wimpleman, Marlena, The Genius, Colonel Parker, Matt Striker, Jose Lothario, Midajar, Arnold Scolan. Arnold Scolan's a legend. Harvey Wimpleman's a bit of a legend. Especially when he was downtown Bruno. In the corner, Ali to the outside, back elbow by Ricochet. Good show, says John. Days, read this. Why does Vince do things he knows we hate, but the purpose is to entertain us? To be honest, I don't think Vince really knows what people want. And plus also, I do think that the WWE universe is such a wide fan base with such varied interests that I don't think it's unfair to say we all want different things. So I think he has to go with what he thinks is the right way forward, and sometimes that's completely off. Big splash to the outside by Ali. Maybe they got 2 contracts, one for their Retribution names and their NXT ones, so that they could be let go. but still employed. Yeah. What? Yeah. I mean, I suppose you're right. Their contracts would have been for NXT. So perhaps their retribution contracts are for the main roster. Ricochet and Ali could put on a clinic if they were given a chance, instead of just being relegated to jobber status, says Heather. John says, do you think Vince is still doing much in terms of planning, or that he's delegated that to someone? I don't know that he plans, but I think he definitely looks at the creative and changes and tweaks. So, yeah, I think he's got an idea of what he wants. I'd imagine he asks his creative department to head in a certain direction, and then when the plans come back, he tweaks and he changes things. And then you've got things like people getting injured and, COVID and, things like that. Contracts coming to an end and people moving on. And Brock, I mean, if he had Brock more this year, we probably would have got different stories. If COVID hadn't have happened, we know that we would have got different stories. There was meant to be a Queen of the Ring tournament, for example, and there's quite a few things that they had planned that had to get scrapped. So I think the plans change for different reasons all the time. And I think he's very, very much involved, yes. Very much involved. OTM says, how is Raw so far? It's all right. It's watchable. It's watchable. It's nowhere near the level of SmackDown, but then, that had 3 championship matches and a cage match, so this is obviously longer. I think on paper the matches didn't really jump out, but so much better than recent weeks. LB says 675. It's not total rubbish so far. Yeah. Russell gives it a 9. I wish Mansoor would go to either Raw or SmackDown. Mansoor doesn't even do anything on NXT. He might do a few things on 205 Live, but I honestly don't know what the future holds for Mansoor. I really don't know. Austin 316. I think you've lost your mind. Previous rumor was Ray-Seth feud would be kept off until he returned, and that could be the case considering that Corbin faces Big E this week, even though he should be having some feud with Ray and the family. Right, we are back with Raw, and both guys are in the ring. They're exchanging blows. Ricochet goes into the corner, put to the side. Oh, backstabber, double knees by Ali. Big match, Mansoor. I know, I miss him. I hope he's well. Mansoor is the king of 205 Live and main event. There hasn't been anything for Luke Harper, aka Brodie Lee, apart from one graphic at the start of the show. I'm quite surprised that there's not been a video package or something. I did expect a little more. Or I hoped for a little more. Maybe it's short notice. You'd think they'd be able to put something together in the daytime, though, wouldn't you? I mean, you'd think they would have had earlier today to have come up with something. Ricochet and Ali have been killing it on main event recently. Shoulder up by Ricochet. Big match Mansoor only gets brought out for the Saudi shows. It does seem that way. Does seem that way. Right, well, we've got a headlock at the moment. Ricochet getting up to his feet. Strike to the midsection. Strike across the back by Ali. Ricochet goes down to one knee. Picked up, lands on his feet. Drives Ali into the corner. Ricochet charging over. Ali flips over the top. Back elbow by Ricochet. Nice low kick. Jumps over. Oh, into a German. That's good. Ricochet, so impressive. Backflip into a German. That is the best move of the show so far. A backflip into a German. Very good. Very, very good. Where's the big dog? He's on SmackDown. Big Boy Dally says this match is a time filler. That was nice, though. It was the good moment that was. Retribution was on top of WWE, and now they can't even win a match. Ricochet getting up to his feet. Ricochet doing some really good work. He just did a really nice discus clothesline. He was just trying to get Ali up onto his shoulders. Ali doesn't weigh that much. He's got him up, though. Oh! The kickback. 1, 2. Oh, Mace. That's a DQ. That's a DQ. Surely that's a DQ. He was about to win the match. 1, 2. He gets pulled out the ring. You're telling me that's not a DQ? Look at that from Ricochet. DDT to the outside to T-Bar. Lovely drop kick by Ricochet. Duck underneath. I mean, Ricochet is dealing with Retribution on his own. Nice drop kick. Ali goes into that ring post. Why would he want to join these clowns? Why would Ricochet want to join these bumbling fools? Join us, Ricochet. Why? I can take you all out on my own. We're up to 8, 9, back into the ring. I've no idea why Ricochet hasn't already won this match. Ricochet. Oof. Ali with a submission hold. Ricochet fading and he's out. So Mustafa Ali has won. I mean, that proves nothing. Dumb ending. Rumours going around that Braun could be the next member of Retribution to replace Ali as a leader. I don't know why they don't just scrap it, to be honest. That was a dumb ending. Well, if I'm Ricochet now, I've just taken them all out. I was on the verge of winning. I mean, I'd be laughing at Ali right now. I'd be absolutely laughing in his face. Join Retribution. Don't even think about it. If you join Retribution, you can pick any name you want. You can be Better say no. I will not. Yeah, good guy. I will not join. Good. They're a mess. They're a hot mess. They're like Lindsay Lohan. I will not join. He goes up the entranceway. You just basically beat them all up on your own, mate. Right, we're going backstage with Charlie Caruso. Botchasaurus. Shayna's with Nia, so it looks like these two are still connected in some way. That was good. They want the tag titles back. Yeah, that's number 3. Nia Jax wants to enter the Women's Rumble. Shayna likes that idea as well. So number 1 is beat Charlotte. Number 2 is get the tag titles back. Number 3, enter the Women's Royal Rumble. And Shayna says, I kind of like that idea as well. So those two making it clear that they're interested in entering the Women's Royal Rumble. I don't think that'll come as any surprise. So Charlotte and Asuka making their way down. So this is going to be Charlotte versus Nia. Girls, yay. Who run the world? Girls. Who run the world? Girls. Who run the world? Reptilians. Who run the world? Reptilians. I don't know if they do. I don't even know what reptilians are. Botch everything and leave. Oh my god, that'd be the best Nia Jax t-shirt. If Nia Jax wants to make serious dollar, if she wants to make serious chingle, then she needs botch everything and leave t-shirt. Why doesn't she just embrace it? I don't understand. Everyone says she botches, so why doesn't she just bring out some botch merch? In fact, if she was to trademark the word botch and bring out merch, like, could you imagine that? Botch, just on a t-shirt. That would be like the new Gymshark. Everyone would be wearing it. They go to the gym with, like, botch written on. Yeah. Pumping iron with your botch merch. I'd have a botch beanie. Of course I would. I'd wear botch stuff. Check me out, I'm botching. Could be a whole thing, couldn't it? Was you happy with that match? What match? Ali and Ricochet. It was alright. It was alright. I wasn't offended by it. I would have been upset if he'd have joined them after. I only realised that the women's tag champs have both won the Rumble. That's a very good point. Nia is every WWE medic's nightmare. Risenbeat says Raw is a botch. A big heel in the local wrestling company here made tons of money because he made a shirt that says Tony sucks. He should have had a shirt that says Tony can't. Why has no one made a shirt that says Tony Khan? Virginia Brunette, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Shout out to London Askew as well. You're not even asking, but I just know it now. I just know it. Virginia Brunette, London Askew. Is Alexa going to face Randy? Apparently
Virginia
so,
Brunette is a legend.
So.
They donated $5 via a super chat. Is Alexa Bliss going to face Randy?
Yes. I don't know how long the match will go for. Intergender wrestling is something that's a bit of a grey area. They do it a lot in indie wrestling, and it can be done well. I don't think anyone particularly believes that Alexa's going to really be able to do anything against Randy Orton, nor should she, to be honest. But yeah, I could see them both standing there about to lock up, lights go out, or it could be that he does push her over, or there's something, but I'm not expecting really much more. I'd be amazed if we get like a proper back and forth, drop kicks, clotheslines, all that kind of stuff. That I'd be surprised. Who knows? But I think at some point the Fiend will come back tonight. So Virginia Brunette, shout out to you. Hope you had a really nice Christmas. And the same to London Askew as well. Ali's great as a heel. We should disband Retribution. Send everyone to NXT except Ali and Dio. Make Dio Ali's bodyguard. And make Ali US champion. I don't know if I would send everyone to NXT because I think Mia Yim can offer a lot to the women's division. I think that Dominik Dijakovic is a fantastic wrestler. I mean, honestly, if you was to do the Keith Lee, Dominik Dijakovic matches on the main roster, blow people's minds. For people that haven't seen it, they would be so impressed. Keith Lee against T-Bar would be, if given time at a pay-per-view, stunning. I mean, if you saw Dominik Dijakovic, Keith Lee in NXT or on the Indies, then you already know that's true. So I kind of feel like they don't need to go back, but equally I don't think Retribution's working. Just have Alexa no-sell an RKO and then disappear. Why would we want to see a no-sell an RKO though? Not a fan of that. That RKO is meant to win championships and beat guys, and Alexa Bliss is going to get up from it. Chalmers, hello. I've mainly been on Twitter since I don't watch Raw anymore. Have you given up? Has it got that bad for you, Chalmers, that you've given up on Raw? It's been better. It's been better. It's been better. And next week, wow. We've got all the legends. So hopefully they could do something. Alexa teasing that there might be something between Fiend and Hogan. They've obviously spoke before. Well, Funhouse Bray, I believe, has spoke to Hogan. And we've also got Drew McIntyre against Keith Lee next week. Drew McIntyre is with Charlie Caruso backstage. Days Alexa has a challenge for Orton. Yes. How high can he swing? Can he go all the way over the bar? Could he go straight the way on the swings? Has anyone ever been over? I've never been over. I've never seen anyone go over, actually. Is it even possible? It must be possible to go all the way over. Kids have tried it. Definitely kids have tried it. I've never seen it done. And I've never been brave enough to try it. I don't think you could. Could you? I don't know anymore. If she challenges him to that, I'll watch. I'll definitely watch. The Great Champ, shout out to you, my friend. Has anyone in the chat ever gone over the bar on the swings? Is that even possible from a physics point of view? I need to know. They're going to play Duck, Duck, Goose. Good game. Sadly, I have taken a break from Raw. It's the first time I've taken a break due to the product. Hey, it's good to take a break sometimes. I've never been over, says Miss Clown One. No, neither have I. Alexa's challenge to Randy is going to be the Muscle Man dance. Right, here comes Nia. Tyler Brown's fan says no. 7-star says it is possible and it hurts real bad when you land. Oh, really? So it is possible. Do you know, that's something that I've never looked for on YouTube. I bet there's videos on YouTube, isn't there, of people going over? God, I'm definitely going to have a look for those. Never thought to do that. It is possible. Just hold on tight. My friend fell but wasn't hurt. No way. That's really cool. Shout out to you too, Risky. It is possible. I almost did it, says Sunny Wolf. Oh, I can't believe it is possible. You'd have to be... Surely you'd have to be pushed, wouldn't you? I don't think you could naturally... I'm going to have to watch a video. I'm trying to picture it in my mind and I just can't even picture it. Because when you went up, like, the chain's going to... And what with the weight as well? You've got to have some real momentum. Oh, interesting. Going over what now? Swings. You know, if you're on the swings. You have swings in America, don't you? And like when you go over the top of the bar, can you? I mean, I've been level with the bar. I've done that. I've been to them dizzy heights, but I've never gone above the bar. Never gone above the bar. Oh, I'd be petrified. I'd want a helmet. I'd demand a helmet. And an ambulance on standby. Once you go over on a swing, you don't continue the circle, you fall. So you go up like that and then just like down because what, gravity. But you could come down on top of the bar, couldn't you? Plus also, you've got the chains at the side. I'd be worried like, oh my God, no, I just don't like it. I can't picture it. I need to watch a video. I want to see someone do it. Shoulder charge by Charlotte. Big boot. Days, you are the bar. Oh. I mean, I wasn't. I was scared of the bar. Drop kick by Charlotte. Nia goes out of the ring. Omeron says, I've done it before and I landed in a tree. Big Boy Dally says, I've not been on a swing in 20 years. I like Turtle. Shout out to you. You can go over, but I cracked my head open as I fell off the swing, says Lee. No way. I can't believe, like, how weird that this is all something that we've all thought of or tried with varying degrees of success. But what I'm not hearing is many people saying, yeah, I did it. It was absolutely fine. What I'm hearing is, I did it, and I nearly went to hospital. So, if you are young and impressionable, do not try it. I do not want that on my conscience. I do not want people sending me pictures of children in hospital tomorrow, please. Nia Jax going back outside the ring. John says, maybe this match should have been the main event. Austin says, a swing set makes my head hurt and I feel nauseous. Stop being a girl. Stop being a girl, Austin 316. Man up. Talking of girls, look at that spinning back fist by Asuka. Nia running into the ring post. I used to do backflips off the swings. Flipping hell. Swingoshay, that's what you was. It's hard to get that high. Oh, yeah, it is hard. I think you would need assistance. I would think you would need assistance. I did it and I landed in Tokyo, says the wrestling kid. Which does make sense because you was in Tokyo at the time. I've been swinging, but not in a playground, says Dave in real life. Oh. And did you get over? Dad Stuff says, if you are talking about going all the way around without falling off, it can be done, but it requires a tremendous amount of centripetal force. More than what can be generated by a lone human. Yeah, I mean, you need the momentum to carry you right the way around. Yeah. Wonder how you do it. Must be a way. I think Matt Riddle could get that high. Dat King says, I flipped that high once and landed on my feet. I was really proud, but there's no footage because it was after school. Lee said, worst thing I did was jumping on a trampoline and twisting my ankle in the air and then land it. How did you twist your ankle in the air? Don't you need to land on something to twist your ankle? Or fall on it or something? How do you twist your ankle in the air? I don't know. Very impressive. And then you landed on it. Oh, that's moody, man. Did Cross and Alexa have a match? They did, yes. Alexa was like a 5-year-old child wanting to play games and running around the edge of the ring and stuff like this. It was a few weeks ago. You would think the chains would wrap around the top bar. Well, they would. They would. But you're only going around once, so it shouldn't make that much of a... Obviously, if you kept going round, it's going to get shorter. Like, eventually, you'll be like this. So, yeah, it will keep wrapping around. But if you just go around once, should be okay. Depends how big you are. Why don't you just go on a roller coaster that goes upside down? That is true. Days, what if Shayna betrays Nia, breaks her arm, and says, before I team with you, I was on top of the world? Yeah, I could see them turning on each other eventually. I don't know who would be the face in that. You would imagine Shayna? I mean, they're both heels, aren't they? I can't imagine Nia as a face. Once I made it to the top of a rock climbing trampoline place and I fell like Shane did into a foam pit. Sounds fun. Days, did you know that Geico can save you 15% on your car insurance? Sign me up. New Year's on Fox. This Friday. Big E against King Corbin plus Roman doesn't really say anything. It just says, will Roman be more dominant than ever? I feel like if WCW stayed in business, they would eventually do a 360 swing match where you win by pushing your opponent enough until they go all the way around. Well, all I can say is I would watch it. I jumped off the playground that was high up. I like the thrill. Still makes no sense to me how Shayna demolished the chamber and then lost at Mania. Especially considering that Becky ended up leaving shortly after. Do you know what I mean? A couple of months later, she was gone. You could have had Becky drop the title to Shayna, and then Asuka could have won the Money in the Bank, and then we could have got a really great Asuka-Shayna match. Days, read this. I tried a spear on my brother on the trampoline. He dodged. I went through, bumped my head, but then I choked him out. Fair play. Just saw a video about it, but it didn't have chains. It was 2 bars and a top bar. Yeah, that's a bit different, isn't it? Chains is what I'm thinking. Because I would imagine that the bar should be easier to do, but the chains not so much. That's interesting. I slid down a slide once. Lauren says, worst thing I did was crack my head open whilst playing hide and seek. Not a game that I ever associate as being that dangerous, to be honest, hide and seek. Depends where you hide him, I suppose. We're still underway with the Charlotte versus Nia match. Nia going against the ropes, looking to drop the leg. Charlotte moves out the way. Wrestling Days fan says, I can't believe there's only 50 minutes left. Yeah, it's gone relatively quick. We've still got quite a few things coming. We've still got that Randy Alexa thing. Shayna getting involved. Asuka gets thrown onto the announce table. Nia into the corner. Charlotte rolls up Nia. Kick out. Looking for figure 8. Oh, shit. Has she got it? Oh. Shayna comes in. It's a DQ. So, Shayna Baszler comes in. Kick to the midsection. Where's Asuka? Stomping away on Charlotte. Asuka comes in. Chases them away. Where is Lana? Where has Lana gone? Lana has just disappeared, hasn't she? I suppose she's still selling those injuries, though, so fair enough, fair play. Dun, dun. There's no worse pain than stubbing your toe. You should try childbirth. Austin 316. Typical men think stubbing your toe is worse than childbirth. You haven't got a clue. You haven't got a clue what women go through, Austin 316. Show some respect. Here's Hurt Business. They've got the US title. They've got the tag titles. 8-man tag match coming up. New Day, New Day and the Hardy Bros versus the Hurt Business. Right, I think we're going to commercial break. Lana versus Nia in a tables match. Mo Jones, shout out to you. You've missed the past 2 hours. Not missed much. We're getting... I suppose the big story is that next week it's going to be Keith Lee versus Drew for the WWE title. And Randy versus Alexa tonight. We're expecting The Fiend to make an appearance. And that's it, really. I mean, the rest of it has just been so-so. But it's been better than recent weeks. RWE Wrestling says, worst thing for me was chipping my tooth on a seesaw. William Hensey says, passing a kidney stone is almost as bad, if not close, to the threshold of pain as childbirthing. I've heard that's moody. I've heard that's awful. I really never want to experience that. I don't know how you prevent kidney stones, but whatever it is, I'm up for it. I want to do whatever I can to prevent that happening. Because I have heard that that is awful, yeah. But apparently, stubbing your toe is worse. So, there we go. The botch business. Richard said, did WWE pay respect to Brodie Lee? There was a graphic at the start, but would have been nice if there was more. Randy versus Alexa is the main event. Lol. Days, why so many title matches on SmackDown and Raw? Is that because ratings are bad? I would think so, yes. Sonny says, playing scissors with swings is fun. What's that? What's scissors? Do you mean playing with scissors whilst being on swings? Are you alright? You went onto some swings with some scissors? Is that like a game that you play in Canada or something? I don't know. A low blow has got to be worse. Are you with me, fellas? Depends, doesn't it? If it's just a low blow that just kind of clips, it's not as bad. If it's one of those where it's a full-on jigglypuff, then yeah, that can smart. We will get a good tribute on AEW, yes. My mother's a nurse, and she heard grown men scream in pain from passing a kidney stone. Oh, God. I don't know why I'm getting so worked up. I haven't got one. It's just the thought of having one is upsetting me now. Sonny says, no, scissors is when the swing goes back and forth and you run through them trying to not get hit. I've never played that. I don't know if I don't know if you're able to play that. I'm pretty sure that our swings have got like bars across, like support, so you can't really like run down them. Don't know. Sounds like it would hurt. Don't like things that hurt. I'm allergic to pain. Days, if I'm not mistaken, I thought WWE was scheduled to move out of the Thunderdome by December. This is it. They have. This is a new venue. This is the. They're actually at a baseball field now, but you just can't tell any different. But they're not in the Amway Center anymore. Great Gaza. Here's Angel. He's got a rose. Here's Charlie. I met you. I swipe left, I swipe right. Who's this rose for? Oh, here's our truth. Angel Garza says, a gentleman never tells, but it doesn't look like that rose was for Charlie. Oh. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah, you can have this. Well, she doesn't look pleased, does she? Flipping out. She just got given a rose. All right, it's a bit busted, but come on. Could still say thank you. I'm 15. I had gallstone. Doctors compared that pain to childbirth. Ricochet used Luke Harper's finisher. I think it was to pay tribute. Maybe. This Raw is every bit as bad as last week. I don't feel that way. I couldn't get through it last week. I was sitting here looking at the clock, just willing for it to end, desperate for it to end. I do agree that most of the matches haven't mattered, and I do think that's still a big problem. And I do agree that this still is not a great episode. But I've found it easier to get through this. If this had been another horrific episode, I would have been... I don't know why I would have done. But I don't know. But I do agree it's still not where I would hope it would be. SmackDown was really good last week. It was good. Days, where did you get the WWE cake from? It was, I think, Asda. I think Asda in the UK. Either Asda or Tesco. Asda, I'm pretty sure. Days, we're talking about swing sets for 45 minutes. It's horrific. That's true. That's a good point, actually. The little bronies. The positively hard bros. Yeah, the positively hard bros. I'm definitely down for that. Big dog pancakes. Rain bros. The rain bros. See, this is why wrestlers shouldn't be allowed to provide creative ideas. Positively hard bros. Oh, Xavier has Brodie on his arm. Let's have a look. He does. He's got armband, and it says Brodie. The Booty Bros. Right, let's change this over. Jeff Hardy, Riddle, and New Day versus Her Business. Where was the tribute to Harper? It was at the start of the show. There was a little graphic. I am surprised there wasn't a video package. I am surprised at that. Riddle looks like he's had a little bit too much of the green stuff. What, money? Can you have too much money? Money, 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 money. Money. Watching New Day do a Jeff Hardy is so funny. This match will be bro-tastic. Days, how come the UK gets all the good stuff? Like what? RWE, what do you mean? What good stuff is the UK? Do you mean Brexit? What do you mean? I don't know what we've had. The Queen. I think she's always been here. Days, my birthday is on Legends Night. Makes sense, doesn't it, John? Makes sense. Did you watch Being the Elite? They paid tribute to Luke Harper. No, I don't watch Being the Elite, but I might try and check that one out. Riddle is getting annoying. says Elizabeth. Figure stores. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we're very fortunate to have Smiths. Yes. AEW won't be able to do a proper tribute because WWE owns almost all of the footage. Well, they'll still be able to do a lot, and certainly the recent stuff, you know, so... we invented football. Pain is temporary, but being a bad queen is forever. Am I right, or am I right? Well, thankfully, we don't have bad queens here in the UK. We've got a blooming good one, thank you very much. Yeah? Stand-up woman she is. Grandmother to the nation. Flipping love that woman. God save our queen. She's the only thing that got me through 2020. At her and Linda. But I found it a lot easier to kidnap Linda than to kidnap the queen. She has got mental security. I think that's where J&J security are now. I think they protect the queen. BOD Talks says getting kicked in the daisies is worse than childbirth. I'm so pleased that they're being called the daisies. That is an honor? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, actually. I'm sad that you're mad, Sapphire. Bray controls the puppets. They didn't move or talk when Orton was there. Can't wait to see what kind of tribute is going to be on AEW for Brodie. Okay, we're going back. Backstreet's back, alright. Oh, hello, little advert for Peacock. I want daisies. Is that too far? Yes. Yes. You've not just crossed the line. You have danced all over it as well. I'm at a loss. I'd assume he would react the same as he did when Lana went through the table. Days when I was a kid, I broke my nose taking a pedigree from my brother, so I put him in a Fujinari armbar, dislocated his arm. Then we both went to hospital. Well, isn't that love? The daisies, hairy and dangly, so accurate. Yes. There's so much that I can say, and I'm having to like self-censor right now. And I'm just like, what can I say? Apart from yes. I could be the big dong, couldn't I? You know how Roman's the big dog. I'll be the big dong. The rose was for Nia. Says, help me. I need Dr. B. Who's Dr. B? Who's Dr. B? Help me, I need Dr. B. Is that like boob? Do you need boobs? Is that what you call a lady's boobs? Dr. B. I don't know why my mind's thought that. We've got to get out the gutter, guys. I don't know who I'm blaming. I'm blaming you. Days, if you read this, then you're the best. Well, that was easy. Shout out to you, Creed. Days, Matt Riddle is cringy. Oh, I'll tell you what's cringy. That MVP shirt. It's got a necklace printed on it. It doesn't even go all the way round. It starts here. Why haven't they printed it all the way round so at least it kind of looks passable? It goes there. Lashley's going in the Rumble. I heard drinking cranberry juice can help. Okay. Hello, Dax. Right, so the Hurt Business are here. Lashley in the Rumble, yep. Bros are in trouble. Days the Rose was for Linda. Brian's going to win the Rumble. Oh, do you think so? Days likes Linda's Dr. B's. I do like to book an appointment, yes. Book an appointment with Dr. B. Lashley main event. Bwahahaha, says Butterspark. Why do they keep announcing the entries? Days, have you ever watched Little Britain? Yes. I enjoyed it at the time, but I think it's aged horrifically. If you actually watch clips from it now, there's a few clips and you go, no. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work anymore. But some of it's good. Their Come Fly With Me was fun. See, they always did like sketches that were kind of on the nose. They were cheeky. They were kind of made fun of people, really, but it was in a cheeky way. It wasn't in a nasty way. And everyone was in on the joke, and everyone enjoyed it at the time. But now you go back and watch it, and it's like, even they've said some of it comes across as a bit nasty now, and it was never intended to be like that. So, yeah, a bit of a shame. AEW has Dr. Double B. That would work, wouldn't it, in the Adam Cole, Britt Baker household? Days, have you got a Discord? No, they chopped it when I was born. Will there be a fight pat? Fight pat? What's a fight pat? Will there be a fight pit on New Year's Evil? I believe there is, isn't there? Come Fly With Me was hilarious. I did enjoy that more, actually. There was a woman, I think she was from the Caribbean, and it made me laugh so much. She was talking about like teas and just stuff like this, and it was so funny. I can't even remember what she said, but she had a little catchphrase, and it was so funny. It was so good. I did like Come Fly With Me. Drew has become the third most important man on Raw, says Brother Nero. Right. They're stomping away. Obviously, we are running out of time as well, so I bet Alexa Bliss is backstage right now going, come on. Hopefully, if this lasts like 25 minutes, we'll run out of time. We'll have time for entrances, and then I won't have to face Randy. Because surely she's got to be regretting that now. She's got to be backstage going, why did I open my mouth? Ugh. Now I've got a match with Randy Orton. Adam Cole is overrated. We can all see it, says Chalmers. Oh, drama. Very upset Bobby Lashley. As we go to commercial break. Right, we've got 28 minutes left. Days, does your house have apples and pears? It has a lot of apples and pears, yes. I have to go up the apples and pears to get out of this room. Roderick Strong, baby. Roderick Strong. She's not facing Orton, but only has a challenge. Days, before you said football was invented by the British, it wasn't. It's an update of an ancient Chinese game. Check it out. It could have origins from that. Yes. I actually I don't know the history of football. Days, my New Year's Revolution figures pay-per-view is this Thursday. Can you give me a shout out? Shout out to you, Jordan. Is it Masson? Lauren says, it's not necessarily a match. They keep putting graphics up, labeling it a challenge. Okay. WWE done with Pat for now. Yeah. Dr. B was a wrestler in Lucha Underground, and I have to admit that he was a great comedy character. I've never heard of him. I broke my foot whilst playing American football. I had to be in a boot for 10 days. Ooh. Shout out to you. I Like Turtle says, Days, what strange fruit does the UK have that America doesn't? I doubt there's anything. I doubt there's... I can't think of anything. You guys have everything that we have. Why would we have something that you wouldn't? I can't think of anything. How many wrestlers have died this year? No idea. I mean, quite a few, sadly. I mean, we lost... who did we lose earlier in the year? It's hard to remember what year people flipping passed away on, isn't it? But, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head is a nightmare. I'm trying to think of like the old legends, but I mean, I feel like we've lost a few. I just remember 2020 being awful. The UK invented Benny Hill. Let me have a look at that, actually. I want to have a look and see. Wrestler deaths 2020. Hannah Kimura, of course. Brodie Lee, Hannah Kimura, Shad, La Parker 2, Pat Patterson, Road Warrior Animal, Kamala, Rocky Johnson, obviously the Rock's dad, Bob Armstrong, Zeus, Howard Finkel, don't know if that counts. I suppose it does, it should. Danny Havoc, Pampiro Firpo, Regis Philburn, not a wrestler, but he did some stuff at WrestleMania. The Bruiser, Danny Hodge, of course. Quite a few. There's a lot of names here that don't ring a bell. Tracy Smothers. Yeah, I remember that one. Tracy Smothers. So there was a few. I don't think it's unfair to say the biggest shock was obviously Luke Harper. Or maybe Hannah Kimura. That was a rough one. And Shad. That was rough. Just so sad, isn't it? Right. Where are we? 20 odd minutes to go. Zeus, yeah, Zeus. The Fiend, yep. Can't forget the Fiend died. Days the Hurt Business. A speeded up version of Samoa Joe. Chadwick Boseman died. Sean Connery. Yeah, I think I was just looking at wrestlers. Discord is an app. Yes. I did have one, but not for anything other than talking to Triple T. It's how we used to do some of the early wrestling escape pods. Right, we've got Riddle on the outside of the ring. Just over 20 minutes to go. Riddle getting back in. Do you remember League of Nations? I do, yes. He straight up got burned down, says John G. When you say Zeus, you mean Tiny Lister out of No Holds Barred? Yes. So Riddle is being controlled by Cedric Alexander. Fix your beanie. Why? What's wrong with the beanie? What would you all want to be remembered for once the ghost leaves your body? What a weird way to word that, Alex. What would you all want to be remembered for once the ghost leaves your body? I've never heard it. I've never heard death described that way. Once your ghost leaves your body, what do you want to be remembered for? Days, have you seen the Gift of the Gods Championship from Lucha Underground? I've seen it. I feel like it's quite a big belt. If it's the one that I've got pictured in my mind. Quite square, quite big. Kofi gets tagged in. And starts some loading. I remember that we lost Rocky Johnson, yes. What did people get for Christmas that was nice? Did anyone get anything really cool? Boom drop by Kofi. I'd be interested to know if anyone got anything cool for Christmas. Cool for Christmas? Shelton grabbing Kofi. Gets smacked in the face. The Gift of the Gods title was beautiful. Kofi lands on his feet. Did he tag Xavier or did he knock Xavier off the edge of the ring? There's Xavier. Trips over Cedric. A Visa gift card. A huge gaming chair. Socks and bath sets. That's not good, is it? Why are you giving that thumbs up? Socks and a bath set. Aren't those normally the gifts you go, oh, thanks? I don't know. Perhaps you're really into socks and bath sets. A jar of Percy pigs. I didn't know they came in jars. I got a lot of Marlon Brando DVDs, a box set, and a book on Norse mythology. Interesting. BOD Talk says a blanket made out of people. Danny Barnhouse got an original Nintendo. James Chadwick got Battlegrounds. And, is that FIFA? FIFA. Nice kick by Riddle. William said, had to toss a few more logs in the fireplace. Electric heat is okay, but I like the idea of burning wood, and reflective heat is so comforting. Nice kick by Jeff Hardy. Headphones and a Chromebook, says John. Amazing. I got a 1-year subscription to Nick Huntsman's OnlyFans. Who the hell is Nick Huntsman? That is getting gifted an OnlyFans subscription is very strange. But there we go. If you're a Nick Huntsman fan, then I'm sure that's a wonderful gift to receive. I got my son a ukulele, and I got myself some earplugs. I like that answer. Nightmares, Mom. Very good. Very good. Big kick by Riddle. I got 5 elites, and my brother got an Xbox Series X. I'm not seeing many PS5s in the chat. Right, we've got Miz and Morrison. Miz looks devastated. I got an Undertaker signature from the DVD Last Ride box set. Hey, here's Adam Pearce. No, he's going to give it back. Miz has got Money in the Bank back. Happy holidays. So there we go, Miz. Could cash it in next week. Lots of fake crowd boos. Miz is like the MJF of WWE, isn't he? Keith Lee, Asuka, and New Day are on Raw Talk. Grubby Miz. Will we see you in a video stream without a beanie? Probably. I've done loads before without. Alexa Bliss challenges Randy Orton. You're right, it is a challenge. It's not. It doesn't say a match. Oh wow, there we go. My father got me the Fiend coat that is half Fiend, half Funhouse Bray. Sonny says, I got a $100... What? You got a $100 Timmy's card from your friend? You are going to owe him big. Just saying. Just saying. $100 on a Timmy card. Well, hang on. I'm putting Alexa Bliss versus Randy, but we don't quite know, do we? Alexa Bliss and Randy. Let's do that. And we might get a Fiend return, and he might be really spooky. Spookier than ever. Spooky Fiend. BOD Talk says, did you see the new KFC gaming console? I did. They say it's real. It might be real, but they might only have made like 5 or something. But yeah, it was like a black bucket. And then this bit came out, and it was a drawer to put chicken in to keep it warm. I don't know where like the games are meant to go, or if it's all just, I don't know. I don't know what it is when it's out, how much it's going to be, how available it's going to be. It does scream of just a promotional thing. I do think that it's real, and they've probably made about 5. I got a Fiend action figure and 2 AJ Styles action figures and AirPods. 7-star says, I gave someone $100 Timmy's card. 7-star. Nice. Do you think a lot of people now are going to claim they're the ones that sent Sonny this card? If The Miz becomes champ again, I will stop watching WWE. The Miz got his contract back now. There is no way that he fails for his next cash-in. If he did, it would be horrible, says OJ2. Tayshawn says, I got the Elite Scale Ring. Very cool. Sonny says, if I can get the damn website on Tim Hortons to work, everything would be peachy. Well, just be pleased that you've got that card. Austin says, I sent Sonny the card. JWS, shout out to you. Colin says, I got a Kamala DVD. I didn't even know they don't make a Kamala DVD. What did you get? Was it made by someone? Funny enough, I got a gift card for Wendy's, says that King. I got the Fiend. Oh, did you, Sandman? Got the Fiend replica belt. Is Adam Pearce a backstage heel? I don't think so. Philip says, WTF is Tim Hortons? It's like a Starbucks, I think. Dustin, yes, we heard the terrible news. That's pretty funny to have a $100 gift card and not be able to redeem it. That's pretty hilarious. Jordan says, I got the Undertaker motorcycle, Harper figures, the Viking Raiders, Humberto Carrillo, Tegan Knox, and In Your House DVD box set. Right, here comes Alexa. Dun dun. Why doesn't she just appear in the ring? I don't understand why she got an entrance. Why doesn't she just do the playground thing? She's changed attire. She's in a little black number. Looks like she's ready to go to a nightclub. Night out. Night on the town. Dun dun. She's got a microphone here, and like she. This is a new thing, isn't it? She's gonna wrestle with the microphone on. Could you imagine if he comes out, he just punches her in the face? Here comes the Viper. Little mouse in the ring, and here comes the Viper. We are going to get some shenanigans. Oh, yeah, full-on shenanigans. We got 8 minutes of shenanigans. Alexa, what you doing? We had a title match tonight. Did we? Did we? We haven't had a title match, have we? Why has he started wearing Lesnar style shorts? Because he can. Where is he? Oh, she's so upset. This isn't about him, it's about me. She's issuing the challenge. What's she going to get? She's going to get a present. It's a box. It's nicely wrapped. A present. It's a present. Did she wrap it? Has she wrapped it for herself? A Christmas gift, how nice. Lantern? No. Gasoline. She's got petrol and matches. Does she want to go now? Oh, I'll do it. I'll do it. No worries. Oh, if only I was there. No problem. Just do it. Do to me what you did to him. Oh, he's not doing it. What's this? We get another fire meme. God, there won't be any superstars left at this rate. If they're going to keep burning all of the roster, if they're going to keep setting the whole roster on fire. Randy isn't that sick. What are you on about? He's already set one superstar. He's already killed one superstar. She's crazy. Oh, come on, Randy. Don't be as... Don't... Oh. Even I'm getting upset with Randy now. I feel like Alexa. This is the stupidest thing ever. How can you say that? How can you say that? We are watching a woman demanding to be burnt to death in the middle of a wrestling ring so that she can join another superstar that got burnt to death. Yeah, you haven't got the guts. Yeah, you can burn one superstar, but you can't burn two. You haven't got the guts, Randy Orton. You're not sick enough, Randy. You can burn one superstar, but two. Oh, you and your principles. You and your morals, Randy Orton. Yeah, you're nothing, Randy. No wonder they saved this for the end, because she is making a right mess. And I can't imagine that it's going to be easy to clean that ring. I just thought they were going to have a match. I'm so naive and innocent. I was just like, perhaps they'll have a match. I wasn't expecting her to douse herself in petrol. Wrestling at the moment is just... Oh, I won't do it. Do it. Do it. This is the most romantic thing ever. Oh, if he doesn't do it, that's romantic. They should get married. That's true love. If he refuses to set her on fire, that is true love. Technically, there is a match involved. Yes, John. You're right. There is a match involved. If you want to... Well, look, if she wants to see the Fiend, apparently he's coming anyway. So what's all this for? Here he is. Lights are going out. See, he wasted his time. He could have had her on fire by now. What a silly Billy. It's just ended. Has it ended for anyone else? Because it's just, has BT cut it off early or what? I don't know what it. They've done a me ending. They've taken inspiration from me. They've watched one of these streams and they've gone, that is genius. That's exactly what we should do. They've done a day's ending. Yay! Woo! God, I tell you what, that's really annoying, isn't it, when that happens? Oh, no wonder you lot get so upset. I'm still watching it. Oh, are you? It didn't end for me. Cliffhanger. That was great. That was awful. It's your fault. Yeah. They dazed it. They completely dazed it. He went, shh. Gone. That's it. Oh, I can't believe. Was I cheated of seeing a second superstar get burned to death? That is so rude. I thought they were going to show a big fire thing. It was like the hair reveal all over again. BT cut it. It ended on the US network. No, I think it ended everywhere. To be continued. Could you imagine if they put them words on screen? Could you imagine if it just said to be continued? Or what if a voiceover guy came on and went, join us next week on Raw to find out what happens in the thrilling conclusion. As Alexa... Is Alexa in trouble? Will Alexa burn? Join us next week. Her eyes were the colour of the Fiend. Vin says, I'm sorry, but that show was 2 out of 100. Damien, shout out to you. Yeah, get your scores in. Yes. No. Could have gone EastEnders, you're right. It ended on USA as well. Well, there we go. At least I'm not alone. You're not alone. Good show, bad ending. I think it's because it was on TV. Yeah, you're probably right. Same Bliss time, same Bliss channel, says VIN. The cliffhanger was intentional. Yeah, definitely. I agree. It's because it's on TV and you're just not allowed to set people on fire on TV. It's so weird about that kind of a thing. The Raw was terrible, says Mobile Beats. That ending was cringe, says Mo Jones. What a sinker, says Bob. 7.5, 7.35. Cool Gaming, shout out to you. Did Randy burn Alexa, or did he not? Find out on the next episode. I know, yeah. Days, when are you going to do another toy hunt? Yeah, I do need to do one. XFL, shout out to you, my friend. Nevin, shout out to you. Shayla, shout out to you. Tammy gives it a 3. 3 out of 10, and I'm being nice. Gabriella said the ending was insane. I loved it. WWE needs to be TV 14. Donald says, it's so funny. Everyone says this was stupid, but if it was Roman, it would be the greatest thing ever. No, it wouldn't. I'm a big Roman fan, but I don't care. I don't care if it's Roman or Asuka. If you're killing people, I mean, we've all got lines. It was not gasoline. It was clearly water. Yeah, I mean, they probably couldn't run the risk, could they? That was awesome, says LD Cool. Stupid is as Vince does. 8.5, says Brother Nero. Texas New Fake says 6.28. 775, 7, 8.8. What happened with Bliss and Orton? It just ended, Dylan. So he lit the thing and you have to wait till next week. I wonder if that's something new they're going to try to get you to tune into next week. Is it clever? I don't know. Because what with social media, if she tweets anything out between now and next week, we're going to know that she's all right. Did Randy burn Alexa or didn't he on the next episode of WWE Z? That wasn't water, it was Fiend's pee. Wow. 8.5. 1. Get your scores in. Do you know what? I mean, I was at about 6 at the halfway point. Man, I do understand what was being said. I understand what Brent was saying. We have spent a lot of time talking about swings, and can you actually go over the top? Can you go all the way around? I do think it was better than recent weeks. Recent weeks have been like 4s. I think this was a 6 at the halfway point. I really didn't need New Day and Hype Bros against Hurt Business. That ending did nothing for me. I'll say it just dipped a bit. I'll say it went to a 5-5. I'll say a 5-5. I kind of feel like there wasn't really anything offensive here. I mean, I hate the playground, but at least we came back from a commercial and it was there. So in my mind, they could have just set it up in the ring. And then the ending, nothing seemingly happened. And then the rest was just fine matches. The matches were okay. It's better than it's been. It's better than it's been, but yeah, a long way from where it needs to be still. I think she disappeared. It's going to show him looking confused, says Joaquin. Do you remember when the cliffhanger was Drew and Orton in the cell? No. Drew and Orton in the cell. Oh, yes. Was that a cliffhanger? How did it end? I remember them both getting in and they were like... I can't remember what they did. It was only a few weeks ago. Did you know that Johnny Gargano is a huge Cleveland Browns fan? That's why some of his gear is orange, brown, and white. James says, unpopular opinion, that was a good ending. The whole point of it is to make you hyped for next week, and they executed it very well. Too low. Not for me. I don't think there was much here. I do think it was better than recent weeks. And recent weeks, I mean, last week we gave it a 2. Before that, we were at like 4s. And There's nothing here. There was nothing here that mattered. There's nothing here that if you miss this show, all you need to know is that next week it's going to be Keith Lee against Miz got his Money in the Bank back. It's going to be Keith Lee against Drew, and Randy Orton might have burnt Alexa to death, but we don't know. I mean, that's it, really. Those are the only things you need to know from tonight. To be honest, if it was Gas, she would have been sent to the hospital and she wouldn't have been standing there making faces. She would have been crying for help, says Nevin. I honestly thought it was a good ending, says Michael. Days, be honest, do WWE even know how this ends yet? I would hope so. This month's about a 4.5. Yeah, I mean, look, what I will say, this for me was better. Not in previous weeks, I've sat here and struggled to get through. This wasn't a struggle. For whatever reason, it wasn't a struggle. I wasn't looking at the clock. I was having a good chat with you guys. I've enjoyed spending this time with you guys. It wasn't a struggle. So, I think that reflects in the score, but I am very happy that that was the last Raw of 2020, and I've got to keep fingers crossed that next week will be better. We're getting the legends back. I'm looking forward to that. Alexa said that we could get some with Hogan and Fiend. She certainly teased something there. Obviously, we've got a championship match as well, so I think a lot to look forward to for next week. It should be something a little bit different, a little bit special. Nice way to start the year as we build towards Royal Rumble. So we might be in an all right place now. She's not on fire because on Raw Talk, the ring is empty. Ah, there we go. Well done. It just ended with Drew cutting open the cell. Yes. Good shout. Yes, it did. SmackDown has been a 7, Raw a 4. Monica King, shout out to you. Keith Lee is on Raw Talk right now. 5.5, you're joking. AEW has an awful show and you give them 6.5. Yes, this was worse. This is worse than AEW. With AEW, you kind of feel like things have a little more importance. It's got a nice pace about it. Plus, don't forget, AEW is only 2 hours, whereas Raw is 3. And a lot of what you see on Raw is inconsequential. Just doesn't matter. I will quite happily sit here and tell you that AEW has been a better show than Raw has in the month of December. And have no problems with that conversation. AEW is still not a great show, but I do think they've been massively helped with Winter is coming. Sting has definitely brought some intrigue to that show as well. Granted, they've not been using Sting amazingly, but you know, they interviewed him and he says that he wants to start doing something with Darby Allin, and I mean, just having him around for me is a real buzz. Really interesting. Plus also what the tease is with Impact. They've got some real momentum at the moment. And they're certainly teasing a lot of stuff. And as we said, bringing Sting in. You haven't got any of that on Raw. There's none of that. There's no momentum at the moment. They're just coming off the back of their lowest ever rating. I mean, let's not overlook that. Lowest ever rating since 1993. It's just got no buzz. It's got no momentum. I really think the Fiend thing is splitting people. You can just see from the chat people saying it was a good ending, but equally you've got people saying it was a bad ending. It's not as if everyone's united on that. So I just think that it's really floundering at the moment. But if anything, I've just given it the best score I've given it in weeks. And said that I'm very much looking forward to next week. So I'm quite positive for where it's going and the fact that we're heading into January. But no, this isn't a great show. This isn't a great show. That 5.5 that I've just given it, I think is maybe just a whisper below where the chat was as an average. So I don't feel like I'm too far out of sync with people. So I feel like it's a fair score. Days, did you know that Shayna's part Chinese? I did not know that. We need Fiend Alexa Black back. It's a cliffhanger, but I think she just left. Big Boy Dally says, I think Keith Lee's going to win next week. He's very confident on Raw Talk. Oh, I don't know, dude. Have you collected the AEW figures? No. I haven't been to the shops. I went once after lockdown, and they didn't have anything. So, if you missed this Raw, you don't know who Drew is facing. You don't know who Drew's facing. Yeah, I mean, you didn't miss much. I mean, you'll find out who Drew's facing next week. So even if you miss this, it doesn't really matter. You'll soon realise that Miz has got the briefcase back. It's not as if he's got it back and cashed it in. It's not as if we had any returns. It's not as if we had any call-ups. It's not as if we had any massive heel turns or... We didn't have anything. I mean, honestly, that cliffhanger, but I don't really expect much to come out of that. I agree. It's probably just a case that he didn't do it. And that's that. It's probably like, you know, when you go to a commercial break and they tease so much. Remember, like Omos getting in the face of someone, and you go to commercial, and then when you come back, it's like nothing happened. I'd imagine they'll just do that. Like, they might be like, do you remember last week? Well, thankfully, Randy didn't do anything, and so tonight we've got another Alexa's Playground. I'm expecting something along those lines. Monica says, let's see how next year treats us. Hopefully better. Brother Nero says, Days, what did you get for Christmas? I didn't really get anything, to be honest, buddy. I'm pleased you got so much, though. Are you looking forward to seeing Carlito? That'll be fun. That'll be fun. Since when are Carlito and Alicia Fox legends? Days on a rant again. I don't feel like I am. There's nothing to really rant about. I thought this was better. Days, are we going to end? No more talk. Let's go. Well, I'm really pleased you enjoyed the stream. What's your favourite wrestling promotion? I'd have to say WWE. Specifically right now, SmackDown. A show is not just about storyline. It's about seeing good matches. And we got them tonight. And we got one new contender. So don't say nothing happened. We got a new contender. But if you didn't see tonight, it didn't matter. Watching good matches that are pointless don't interest me. Because they're pointless. I mean, I watch AEW. I watch SmackDown. Sometimes we have MLW on. If there's a good match on NXT, then we'll go and check that out, like NXT UK. There's so much wrestling out there that, honestly, to watch, like, AJ, Elias, I mean, it was a good match, and that's why this isn't a 0. You know, I'll give that something, but this wasn't like an essential show. So, 5.5. I mean, honestly, maybe I've just got higher expectations than you. Can you give Sapphire a shout out? Done. Days, will we have a few people for the Rumble? They should leave some spots as surprises. They normally do this. They normally announce a good chunk of people for the Rumble, but leave a few spots free. John Jones versus Izzy. I would love it, but I haven't seen anything announcing it. 3 more minutes and then we will go. Bobby DL says, who do you think will win the Rumble? I think Big E, says Bobby DL. I'm sticking with Edge. I think Edge has been the favourite for a long time. I don't see that changing. Ali was good, says Hype Man. Piers Wrestling says 5.5. Austin says can't wait for the escape pod tomorrow. Rhonda returning tomorrow for gaming. Sapphire says, guess what? What? Indira says, can I get a shout out? Shout out to you, Indira Smith. Harley says, all I'm saying is if I miss this Raw and watch next week, I would be like, why has Miz got money in the bank? What happened between Orton and Bliss? Okay. I mean, I disagree. For me, there's no real reason to watch this show. I mean, what happened between Orton and Bliss? You'll find out next week. You still don't know even after watching this show. So you haven't necessarily even got an answer to that. Why has Miz got money in the bank briefcase back? Well, he told you his theory last week that he should have had it back, that he deserved it back because he wasn't the one that cashed it in. So if I was to see that he had it back next week, I'd sort of presume that was that. I mean, I'm sorry, but for a 3-hour show, I do expect a lot better than this. I do expect something. And, yeah, this is why it's a 5.5. I hope we get fans back again in WWE. Maria, goodbye. What about Wrestle Kingdom? Yeah, that is coming up. I have got one eye on that. Said a couple of minutes and we are running out of time. Favorite Raw of 2020? I'd have to look at the scores, to be honest. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there has been some. Maybe, I can't remember actually. I can't remember one that really stands out. But yeah, I'd have to have a look at the scores. Days, at least a 6. No. Randy's dad would have been disappointed if Randy had set her on fire. Texas New Fake, shout out to you. Don't waste your time, guys. For some reason, he always hates Raw. I've just explained it. That's mega lol. Look, I'm really pleased that you're so easily pleased. That means that you're going to enjoy it a lot more than what I will. That's a good thing. That's good. I mean, I don't understand why you're getting so worked up about it. In reflection to the scores that we've had recently, on my scale of what I expect from the show, this is a 5.5. Last week, we gave it a 2. The week before that, it was like a 4. I mean, the scores have been atrocious because the show's been atrocious, and it's not only me that's saying that. Last week, was it Pro Wrestling Torch? I think it was. Gave last week's show 4 out of 10. Like, a lot of the reviewers are in agreement on this. A lot of the people that watch it are in agreement. Now, if you're out of sync with that and you're at like 8s and 9s, that's great. I mean, I don't know what you're going to give the show when something actually happens. I mean, for me, I'd want some wiggle room. You know, what are you going to do the night after WrestleMania? Those shows are insane. What are you going to do when crowds come back? Where are you going to go on your scale? So for me, you know, crowds coming back, NXT call-ups, big shocking, surprising moments. That's how you're getting into the high 8s and the 9s. That's what I look for in a high 8 and a 9. I want a show that's legendary, memorable. This for me was not even average. I don't even think really there was anything here that I would... This isn't a show that I would really go back to. So, yeah, I think they've done much better this year than this. So you can say that I'm always down on Raw, but go back on the scores and you'll see that's not true. There's a lot of Raws that we've given like 7s to and things along those lines. But Raw is in a bad place at the moment. And the ratings tell you that. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm the one that's out of sync with reality. And on that bombshell, I think we can end it there. Awesome. So we are back for Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow. We have got AEW on Wednesday, and that should be quite an emotional show. That is going to be a show that obviously they've kind of ripped it up. It was meant to be like a holiday season special. And this one is now obviously all going to be about Brodie Lee. I don't know if the family are going to be involved in any way or anything like that, but yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I should imagine there'll be quite a few tears from superstars and whatever, and we'll have to see. So Wednesday, I think, is going to be quite emotional, and then we've got SmackDown on Friday. Obviously, we're quite a way away from the Royal Rumble. The Royal Rumble isn't until the end of January, so we've got like a good month to go. So I'm kind of hoping now that, we start to get some storylines kicking off as we build towards the Royal Rumble. And then obviously we've got all the legends on Raw next week. So high hopes for Raw next week. We go into 2021, and SmackDown has been all right recently anyway. So high hopes for Friday as well. So yeah, should be good for the rest of the week, if not a little bit emotional. So awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Continue enjoying your holiday seasons, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.